Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Marit Carlson Van Dort. I am the chair of the Alaska Board of Fisheries. It is 8:32 a.m. on Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. This morning we have 6 of 6 board members present and 1 open seat on the board. Before proceeding any further, I just want to take a minute to let my fellow board members and staff introduce themselves. So we'll start with Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Tom Carpenter from Cordova.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Mackenzie Mitchell, Fairbanks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. John Jensen from Petersburg.
John Wood from Willow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Mike Heimbuck from Homer.
Thank you. And we have the commissioner with us this morning. Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, good morning. Doug Vincent Lane, Commissioner, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Mr. Commissioner, do you have any staff that you'd like to introduce this morning?
I have a couple directors around the table, and I'll let them introduce themselves and their staff.
Very good. Director Rabong, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Sam Rabung. I'm the Director of the Division of Commercial Fisheries, and with me today is Deputy Director Forrest Bowers and our Regulation Specialist, Shalene Hutter. Mr. Bert Lewis is our Regional Supervisor for Central Region. Matt Namath is our Management Coordinator for Central Region. Jack Erickson is our Research Coordinator for Central Region. Mr. Tim Sands is our Area Management Biologist for Nushagak and Togiak. Mr. Travis Ellison is our Area Management Biologist for Naknek and Kwijak. And Mr. Aaron Tiernan is our Area Management Biologist for Igigik and Ugashik. Phil Stacy is our Assistant Area Management Biologist. Jordan Head is our Area Research Biologist. And Stacy Vega is our Assistant Area Research Biologist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Rutz. Director Rabung. Director Rutz, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Dave Rutz, Sportfish Director. A big thank you all for your service on the board. A lot of work, time, and effort for not much pay. So thank you all. So I don't have a big laundry list like Sam does. I have 6 staff members with me today. So staff, please stand up to be acknowledged when I call your name. Tom Tobby, he's our Deputy Director, Operations Manager, and Regulatory Specialist. Jason Dye is the South Central Regional Supervisor. Tim McKinley is the South Central Research Coordinator. Jay Bomber is the Management Coordinator for Prince William Sound, Anchorage, Bristol Bay, and Kodiak. And Lee Borden is the Bristol Bay Area Management Biologist out of Dillingham. And Tim Addicks is the Bristol Bay Assistant Management Biologist out of Dillingham. This is his first board meeting, so be extra nice to him.
Well, if that isn't a target, I don't know what is. Thank you. Director Olson.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Lisa Olson. I'm the Deputy for State Subsistence. With me today is Robin Dublin. She is the Regional Manager for the South Central Region. And later on, Bronwyn Jones, who is the Area Resource Specialist. She may be joining us later in this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Mr. Pappas.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison, and I do not see any other federal staff here at this time. Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Peterson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Aaron Peterson with the Department of Law.
And Captain Frenzel.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Aaron Frenzel with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers.
And Mr. Nelson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Art Nelson. I'm the Executive Director for the Board of Fisheries. From board support staff, we have near the end of the table, we have Henry Lesia. He's our publications specialist and the regional coordinator for Southern Southeast. Next to Henry is Savannah Hollingworth. She is our Western Region coordinator. And there at the very end of the table is Taryn O'Connor Brito from Dillingham, and she is our Southwest Regional Coordinator. I'd like to also just quickly introduce some of the advisory committee representatives that we have with us here today. If you're in the audience, please feel free to just raise your hand. From the Kodiak Advisory Committee, we have Wallace Fields. From the Naknek-Kweejak Advisory Committee, we have Everett Thompson. From the Nushagak Advisory Committee, Travis Ball. From the Togiak Advisory Committee, Peter Lockhook, Sr. From the Lower Bristol Bay AC, Mike Enright. And from the Lake Iliamna Advisory Committee, Randy Alvarez. Thanks for coming and thanks for participating in the process. Madam Chair. Oh, yes, we also have two staff from the Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission that should be here with us today. I see some hands going up. Brad Robbins and Reed Johnson are here. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and a special thank you to the ACs for being present with us for this meeting as well. Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Just a quick reminder about precautions for keeping everyone healthy here, since an illness, especially among board members or key staff, can potentially bring the meeting to a standstill. We've got some hand sanitizer and masks on the table over here and throughout the room. Please feel free to use them. We also have some self-tests here. If anyone feels ill and wants to get tested, please reach out to us and we can do that. We'd encourage you to isolate. We've got our video and audio stream being put out on the internet so anyone can listen into the meeting remotely, and you can also submit comments remotely. So please, if you feel ill, I know these meetings can always be kind of a petri dish of whatever kind of crud is going around right now, but let's try to keep the meeting on track. Thank you.
Okay, very good. For those here in the meeting room, the acoustics are a little challenging in this vast room. If you have a hearing disability or you just need a little extra help with hearing clearly, we do have wireless hearing assistive headsets available for your use during the meeting. Just ask any of the board support staff that was just introduced, and we'll be happy to provide you with that equipment. And also, as a reminder for those here in the room and around the table, please silence your cell phones. And I think at this time, we'll go ahead and put our ethics statements on the record, and we will begin in the same order that we did introductions, and so we'll start with Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, my name is Tom Carpenter. I reside in Cordova. I'm currently retired. I've divested myself completely of all businesses, including limited entry permits and IFQs. My primary income comes from investment income and personal savings managed by Merrill Lynch. I work twice a year for Boswell Bay LLC, conducting oil spill recovery work and training in Prince William Sound. My wife is employed by the Cordova School District as an educator. I receive the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, as do my wife and daughter, and also receive a stipend for serving on this board. Neither I nor anyone in my immediate or extended family have any financial interest in any business which relate to fish and wildlife resources or belong to any organizations which have any financial gain can be attributed. Upon confirmation, I also resigned all my positions on boards, including the Copper River Prince William Sound Advisory Committee and the Prince William Sound Aquaculture Board. There are no proposals before the board that will benefit myself nor anyone in my immediate or extended family. No member of my family or extended family is involved with any lawsuits against the state of Alaska or the Department of Fish and Game. And I believe this statement to be true, correct, and complete. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I rule you may fully participate in the matters before us at this meeting. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mackenzie Mitchell, and I have resided in Alaska since 2010. My immediate family consists of my mother and two brothers, all of whom reside outside of Alaska. In addition, I do not have any relatives that are from Alaska, reside in Alaska, or are involved in Alaska's fisheries. I will receive a stipend for service on the Board of Fisheries, and I do receive the permanent fund dividend as a resident of Alaska. I annually purchase a resident sport fish hunt and trap license for personal hunting and fishing recreation in the state. I teach economics and recreation management courses at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I am currently taking an aviation maintenance technician course. In addition to my work with the university, I work seasonally for hunting and fishing outfitters across the state, serving roles as sport fishing guide and hunting guide under my registered guide outfitter license, sport fishing guide license, and merchant mariner credential. In 2020 and 2021, I guided fishing charters in Prince William Sound and the Gulf of Alaska while basing out of the Port of Valdez. In years prior to 2020, I guided fishing charters in the Gulf of Alaska basing out of the Kodiak Islands. I do not guide any sport fishing charters in 2022. I hold a commercial pilot certificate and a flight instructor certificate and occasionally work providing flight instruction. I hold 2 business licenses in the state of Alaska, one for an air taxi service and one for a hunting and fishing outfitter company. Only the hunting side of the outfitting company is operational at this time, but it is my intent to at some point operate a sport fish company in the South Central sport fish area. Neither I nor any member of my immediate family are members of any organization or corporation that is involved in a lawsuit against the state, the board, or the Department of Fish and Game, or where the state, the board, or the department is party to the lawsuit. I do not believe that I have any conflicts with the matters before us, and I certify that to the best of my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Member Mitchell? Seeing none, I rule that you may fully participate in the matters before us at this meeting. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is John Jensen. I'm a small business owner and commercial fisherman residing in Petersburg, Alaska. I own and operate a recreational skiff rental business and a marine storage facility, and as a commercial fisherman, I hold permits in the red king and tanner crab fisheries in southeast Alaska. Other business interests include a partnership in a real estate investment company, JHD Real Estate Investments, which is an LLC. My wife, Pam, works part-time as an administrative clerk for Petersburg Municipal Power and Light Department of the Petersburg Borough. I receive a stipend from the state of Alaska as a member of Board of Fish. I'm also a member of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and receive compensation. We both receive annual permanent dividend fund from the state of Alaska. I'm a lifelong resident of Alaska, and traditionally, my family and I have always enjoyed hunting and sport fishing. I participate in personal use fisheries. There are 3 members of my immediate family that are directly involved in the commercial fishing industry of Alaska. My oldest son, Jeremy, is a commercial fisherman. He owns and operates his own fishing vessel and holds permits in the following areas. In southeast Alaska, a golden king crab permit, and in Bristol Bay, a salmon drift gillnet permit. He occasionally participates in the southeast tanner and red king crab fisheries, and he's not a permit owner. He also has a northern southeast herring roe and kelp permit. And my brother Mark, my younger son Sam is a commercial fisherman. He participates as a crewman for Bristol Bay salmon, and in southeast Alaska he owns permits for the southern southeast Alaska herring roe and kelp and dives for sea cucumbers. My brother Mark is a commercial fisherman. He holds permits in southeast Alaska drift gillnet permit and a hand trolling permit, 150 pot Dungeness crab permit, and a southern southeast herring roe and kelp permit. And Madam Chair, I have conflicts in these because of my older son's involvement in the drift gillnet fishery. And the conflicts I have are 11, number 12, 13, 34, 35, 42, 43, 44, through 48, and 57, 58, and 59. And with the exception of those, I don't believe I have any other conflicts with the matters before us, and I certify that to the best of my knowledge, my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Are there any questions for Mr. Jensen? Seeing none, you may participate in all the other matters before us except for that list that you just provided. You will be asked to recuse yourself from participation in those proposals. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Compliance with AS 3952, I'm John Wood, residing in Willow, Alaska. I have 2 adult children from my first marriage. I currently live in the Austin, Texas area. My wife, Mary Wood, and I have an adult child who lives in Willow, Alaska. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska after serving in the Alaska court system, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, and as staff to the Alaska State Legislature. I also receive Social Security benefits and the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, as does my wife and daughter. I am also on contract with the state of Alaska on an hourly, as-needed basis, totally unrelated to any fishing issues. I fish recreationally and I will receive a stipend for service on this Board of Fisheries. My wife, Mary, is now retired. She is administrator of a trust composed of assets, none of which are related to any fish business. There are no interests of a personal or financial nature that I nor any members of my immediate family has that may be affected by any of the proposals being considered by this board. Neither I nor any member of my immediate family or members of any organization or corporation that is involved in a lawsuit against the state, the board, or the department, or where the state, the board, or the department is a party to the lawsuit. I certify to the best of my knowledge the statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions from Member Wood? Seeing none, I rule that you may fully participate in the matters before us at this meeting. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As said, my name is Mike Heimbach. I am a lifelong resident of this state and been in Homer since 1975. I am retired from commercial fishing and have divested myself of all interest or investments in that business, and I'm not otherwise employed. My wife is a retired teacher and receives the state of Alaska retirement benefit, and we both receive an annual PFD, and I will get a stipend from participation here. No one in my family is involved in any lawsuit of any kind against the state of Alaska, the Department of Fish and Game, or the Board of Fisheries. And none of my members of my family immediately have any economic interest in any of the proposals in front of the board this week, and I do hereby state this is true and accurate to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. Any questions from the board? Mr. Wood.
Mike, I presume none of the members of your family have any personal interests either in any of the proposals, correct?
I thought I had said that, but none of them do, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. Any additional questions? Seeing none, I rule that you may fully participate in the matters before us at this meeting. Turn it over to Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. May we have your ethics disclosure, Madam Mrs. Carlson Van Dort, please?
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. My name is Marit Carlson Van Dort. I was born and raised here in Alaska. I currently reside in Anchorage. I'm also currently employed as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Far West Incorporated, which is the village corporation for Chignik Bay, formed under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. I am also a shareholder in Bristol Bay Native Corporation and in Koniag. My significant other is a heavy equipment operator and a member of the International Brotherhood of Operating Engineers, number 302. We both purchase resident sport fish licenses. Both he and I receive state of Alaska permanent fund dividends. I will receive a stipend for my service on this board. Neither I, my significant other, nor my employer have a financial interest in fisheries, and similarly, neither I, my significant other, nor my employer or any members of my family are involved with any lawsuits with the state of Alaska, the Department of Fish and Game, or the Board of Fisheries. Mr. Chair, this information is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlson Van Dort? Seeing none, I really can participate fully in the matters before us, and I return the chair to you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. Okay, a few housekeeping items before we get into staff reports. Some important information to share with respect to access to board members. So as board members, we are available to you for the purpose of receiving added information. The process doesn't work without your help. Many of us often meet with stakeholders informally during breaks, at meal times, and before and after daily meetings. We are here to serve you and benefit from your input. There is usually a line called a sanctuary line in front of the tables. However, we don't have that for this meeting, but it would typically extend from just alongside of the staff table here and straight across. And so imagine that line, and we ask that the public not cross that line during our meetings and breaks. However, if you would like to speak with one of us, just ask someone to notify whomever you'd like to speak with, and we'll come over to you. Please keep in mind, however, that it's during these breaks, both before and after the daily meetings, that we find time to read all the materials that's been submitted during the meeting. If you have process questions, so in order to ensure that the public is fully informed on the board and our process, the chair, the vice chairman, Mr. Jensen, and the executive director, Mr. Nelson, will be happy to answer all process questions that the public may have during the course of this meeting. It is hoped that the practices of the board outlined, that I have outlined, will maximize public participation in the board process, as the board believes that an informed and an engaged public can only result in a better conservation and development of our fisheries resources. This is a really unique and extremely public process, and that's really important to the successful operation of this board. Also important to the successful operation of the board is a respectful workplace. As such, the Alaska Board of Fisheries and the Department of Fish and Game are united in our support of fostering a respectful workplace. We are committed to ensuring that the workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors, and harassment of any type is unacceptable and it will not be tolerated. And of course, we appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in making sure that that we don't have any negative or harassing behaviors. In accordance with the Open Meeting Act, the board staff published a notice in the Alaska Online Public Notice System. It's posted the notice on its main website and the meeting website and its designated posting place, and it's also been distributed to a list of email recipients. I won't take the time to read the notice here, but copies of the notice are available from the executive director for those who are interested in the complete text. The public notice and proposals were distributed to the local fish and game advisory committees. They are posted online and were sent via email to interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited, and the board members have received copies of all on-time written public comments. The timely public comments and timely advisory committee comments are available for the board's use and are also available to the public in the workbooks on the table at the back of the room. Copies of all the meeting materials updated frequently throughout this meeting can also be found on the board's website specific to this meeting. Similarly, copies of the tentative agenda for this meeting can be found on the table at the back of the room. This agenda is subject to change throughout the meeting, but I will make a real attempt to generally stay to the agenda, and if there's any deviations, I'll do my best to give you plenty of notice. Record copies. So the board encourages the public to submit written comments on specific proposals or issues. Written public comments submitted before deliberations begin, again, before deliberations begin, are limited to 10 single-sided or 5 double-sided pages in length. Once the deliberations on proposals begin at this meeting, the board will only accept written public comments that are not more than 5 single-sided pages or the equivalent double-sided pages unless there's very specific information that has been requested by the board that requires more pages than allowed under this standard. Please make sure that your written comments clearly include your name and the organization you represent at the top of the document. It's also helpful if you note on there which specific proposal or issue your record copy pertains to. This year, the board is accepting RCs electronically as a Word document or a PDF through the board's website. A link to the submission portal is prominently featured on the meeting page of our website where all of the materials for this meeting are posted. You can also turn in written materials to the board support staff at the end of the table. Please note that if you only need to turn in 1 copy. So previously you had to submit I think multiple copies in order for your RC to be accepted. That is not the case unless you have color copies that you would like the board to see. So if there's something that you want in color, then you need to please turn in 20 copies of your colored RC to the board support staff. Individuals not attending the meetings can also submit written comments by fax to 907-465-6094. And with no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the board for its consideration must be presented to the record keeper for distribution or updated through our website. Please do not give documents directly to board members, as those documents will be handed back to you and you're going to be asked to submit it to the record keeper. All documents received at this board meeting will be assigned a log number, also known as an RC, and all written materials submitted will be retained for the permanent record of the board. The record keeper will distribute copies of the documents in the morning before the meeting begins, after the noon break, and if there is an evening session, after the dinner break. And this practice will ensure that distribution of all the written materials to all board members, as well as proper retention of board records. And one of the things I think that is really helpful about being able to submit these electronically is that they're also uploaded quickly. So the RCs appear on the website in a really timely fashion. So if you have a smartphone or a computer, or a tablet, you can easily access the RCs as they're posted as well. And just one final note before we get into staff reports is while you have the right to submit up to the maximum number of pages, please keep in mind that the board can get very busy during these meetings and are sometimes challenged to read everything immediately. So we literally receive hundreds of documents consisting of sometimes thousands of pages. And so the fewer pages it takes to say what you need to say, I highly encourage you to keep it brief. It's just easier all the way around. So with that, let's take just a few minutes break and we will set up for staff reports. And let's come back together in about 15 minutes. At 9:15, we'll begin staff reports. Thank you. Okay, the time is 9:19. We're back on the record. Just a little bit more information before we begin staff reports about public testimony. So at this time, we're about to begin our staff reports. Public testimony will follow staff report. Those who wish to testify must fill out one of the blue cards that are located on the table at the back of the room and turn it into the board staff at the end of the front table. So over here, I don't know if you can raise your hand if you're accepting blue cards. The tentative cutoff time for signing up for oral public testimony is going to be 4 p.m. today. So 4 p.m. is the cutoff time to sign up for public testimony. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will each be given 10 minutes. Following public testimony, there will be 3 sessions of the board's committee of the whole. The committee roadmap shows which proposals will be considered in each committee session. Everyone present is allowed to participate. There's no need to sign up for committee of the whole participation. And upon completion of the committees and after a suitable break to prepare any additional materials or have any important discussions, the board will begin deliberations on the proposals for groups 1, 2, and 3. So again, tentative cutoff time right now is 4 p.m. for public testimony. Get your blue card in to the front by 4. All right. Hopefully, folks will stay awake and present. You're duly caffeinated. I know it's a little difficult to see staff faces here, so I'm using my little cheat flashlight here. All right. Thanks very much, and I'll go ahead and turn it over for staff oral reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Stacy Vega. I'm the Assistant Area Research Biologist for the Division of Commercial Fisheries in Bristol Bay. With me today are Jordan Head, Jack Erickson, and Tim McKinley. Jordan is the Bristol Bay Area Research Biologist. Jack is the Central Region Research Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries, and Tim is the Regional Research Coordinator for the Division of Sportfish.
Can you pull that mic a little closer to you, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Better? This past year, we led an interdivisional team of staff from ADF&G in a review of salmon escapement goals for this area and presented our findings to the directors of sport and commercial fisheries. This presentation summarizes these goals, the review, and its findings. Hard copies of this presentation are available as RC3, tab 4. Additionally, the full written report of the escapement goal review with detailed methods and findings is available as RC3, tab 1. The objective for today's talk are to introduce and reference the policies upon which the review was built, describe the approach of the review team, and summarize the results and present the findings given to the directors. For your reference, a list of current escapement goals and department findings for Bristol Bay salmon can be found in Table 3, which is on page 14 of the written report, again, RC3, tab 1. The state of Alaska has 2 policies that speak directly to salmon escapement goals. The first is the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries, and the second is the policy for statewide salmon escapement goals. Together, these policies ensure salmon stocks in Alaska are conserved, managed, and developed using the sustained yield principle. To orient you to the region, here is a map of Bristol Bay that identifies the river systems with current escapement goals. For sockeye salmon, there are 8 escapement goals based on tower counts, as identified by the blue dots. And for the Nushagak River, as identified by the red dot, there are escapement goals based on sonar counts for each of the 5 species of Pacific salmon. Currently, there are 13 Sustainable Escapement Goals, or SEGs, in the Bristol Bay Management Area. Going down this list, we have 1 king, 1 chum, 1 coho, 1 pink, and 9 sockeye salmon goals. If you recall, Jack and Tim provided the board an update regarding recent escapements and stocks of concern at the board's work session meeting in October. During that meeting, they informed the board that the department recommended Nushagak king salmon as a stock of management concern due to the chronic failure to meet its established in-river goal. Before I move on, I'd like to remind the board that the analyses we completed in preparation for a 2021 meeting were not updated with the additional year of data we gained with the meeting delay. So all of what you see today and have in the written review includes data through the 2020 season only. Okay, first we're going to go through the review process and committee findings for sockeye salmon, and then we'll move into other species. For this escapement goal review, the committee went back and evaluated the last stock recruit analyses conducted in 2012. At that time, department findings were presented to the board, which then decided to hold off on any changes until an advisory panel could assess the biological and economic implications of the proposed increases. The panel asserted that changes to existing goals should be broad enough to encompass both high and low productivity regimes, allow for management flexibility, and be economically robust. Increases to the upper bounds of many goals were officially implemented before the 2015 fishing season and have remained the escapement goals for these systems since then. At the last board meeting in 2018, there were no changes to sockeye salmon escapement goals with the exception of the Alagnac River, which had a thorough review and update. So for this review, we updated the time series to include escapements and completed returns through 2020, compared these stock recruit models to when the goals were established, and reviewed any potential changes to current goal ranges. Before we get into the specific analyses for Bristol Bay sockeye, I'm going to walk you through how we look at a basic Ricker stock recruit model. The horizontal axis here shows the number of fish that escaped the commercial fishery and made it to the spawning grounds in a given year. The vertical axis is the number of fish that returned from the brood year or parent year of those escaped fish in subsequent years. This diagonal blue line is what we call the replacement line. Basically, any point above this line means the brood year or parent year replaced itself. In other words, a minimum of one recruit or surviving adult susceptible to harvest returned from one successful spawning adult. This is where we get potential yield above this line. Anything below this line means the brood year did not replace itself and less than one recruit per spawner returned. This red example point represents a hypothetical escapement of 1 million fish that resulted in 2 million recruits or surviving adults susceptible to harvest by the fishery. So I'm going to use Naknek River sockeye as an example to show you our data. So plotted here are the escapement and recruitment data for Naknek River sockeye used for the last stock recruit analysis completed in 2012 when the current goals for this river was initially proposed. We can then model a Ricker stock recruit curve to fit the data. This relationship is well established and is used to predict the number of adults that make it to the fishery at a given escapement level. It's the basis for how we determine what goal ranges will maximize yield while ensuring sustainability. This model takes into account factors such as density dependence and productivity potential specific to the population in question. The area in the plot between the replacement line and the Ricker curve is the area where the model helps to find potential yield or surplus that could be available for harvest. The point where these two lines are furthest apart is what we would call MSY, or maximum sustained yield, based on the model. Oh, sorry. For our escapement goal review for this board cycle, the committee re-ran stock recruit analyses with updated spawner recruit data and compared it to when these goals were initially recommended to see if there were substantial changes that would warrant any goal range adjustments. So now you can see the data through 2020 and the associated Ricker curve. So these red dots represent the 9 additional years of escapement and completed returns that were incorporated into the updated stock recruit model for this review. As you can see, the updated model, which is the dashed curve, is very similar to the 2012 model, the solid curve. Since the original analysis was ran, there has been insufficient changes to improve the model or suggest modifying the escapement goal at this time. And while I'm using Naknek River as a visual example here, this was also the case for Nushagak, Igushik, Kwijak, and Togiak River sockeye salmon analyses as well. Now I would like to move to a different example, that of Wood River sockeye salmon. All colors and the key are the same as the previous example, but you will notice the Ricker relationship has changed with the additional 9 years of data since the last review. And that curve is being pulled upward in large part due to this point way out here you can see on the top right. An example like this might suggest altering the current goal to a higher upper bound. However, large escapements since 2017, including a record high in 2018 of 7.5 million fish, are not reflected in this analysis because the fish that spawned in those years still have returns expected in future summers. So we will be seeing new data points to the far right of this plot and even beyond it. Will 7.5 million escapement return half as many recruits, twice as many? We don't know yet what those returns will be from those large escapement years and how informative they will be for the stock recruit model. Holding off on changing current goals will benefit the analyses with additional data. Along with the Wood River, we are anticipating returns from recent large escapement years in Ugashik, Naknek, and Nushagak rivers to inform the review for the next board cycle. So in summary, all sockeye salmon goals were analyzed using stock recruit analysis, except for Alagnak River sockeye, which had a thorough review at the last board cycle. The committee found no changes to any sockeye salmon escapement goals in Bristol Bay were warranted at this time. And while these analyses might suggest goal range changes in some systems, returns from historic runs are expected in the coming years and will be more informative to our models and to potentially updating goals in future board cycles when returns from those large escapement years have been completed. Now moving on to Nushagak River king salmon. The current SEG range for Nushagak River king salmon of 55,000 to 120,000 fish was established in 2012. For this review, we updated the Ricker stock recruitment model with the 3 most recent completed return years, and corrections were made to historical harvest estimates that had been mistakenly expanded during the Bendix to Didson conversion in 2012. This will be covered in more detail in a subsequent talk from Jordan Head. The committee found no changes needed to be made to the existing escapement goal, and that the newly developed run reconstruction model be used for a full stock recruit analysis prior to the next regulatory cycle. Full stock recruit analyses were not completed for this board cycle for the remaining salmon escapement goals in Bristol Bay, which are Nushagak pink, chum, and coho salmon. Recent escapements of pink and coho salmon have been within the established goal ranges, and there has been minimal assessment of these stocks since the last board cycle, which means we have limited new information to suggest editing the goals at this time. And while we've seen a sharp decline in chum salmon returns the last 3 years, the lower bound SEG of 200,000 fish was met in 9 of 10 years at the time the goals were assessed for this review. To summarize the review process and findings by the committee, all salmon goals were reviewed and considered by the committee. All sockeye salmon and Nushagak king salmon were analyzed via stock recruit analysis, except for Alagnak River sockeye. In regards to pink, chum, and coho salmon, there was not enough new information that would suggest any changes to existing goals without regular means of assessment moving forward. The committee found no changes to any salmon escapement goals in Bristol Bay are warranted at this time. And while the analyses might suggest goal range changes for sockeye salmon in some systems, returns from historically large runs are expected in the coming years and will be more informative to updates during the next board cycle when we've seen products of these large escapements and have more completed brood years with which to assess the goals. That concludes the presentation on Bristol Bay escapement goals. A special thank you to Hamashan Hamazaki, our biometrician who developed the application we use for these analyses, as well as the committee for their thoughtful input and all their suggestions. And we're now available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Would it be incorrect for the layman to interpret the percentile approach basically as an average error in the forecast that comes from spawner recruit analysis over the years, and the more data points we get going forward, our ability to have an average is reflected more accurately through time?
Through the chair, for the record, my name is Jack Erickson. None of the goals that we have here in Bristol Bay are based on the percentile approach. The percentile approach is more of a proxy for when we don't have the ability to develop a stock recruit relationship such as the Ricker curves that we use. That's kind of our gold standard as an agency. The percentile approach that you're familiar with, where we base it on percentages of what we've seen return, that's really, like I said, the proxy for something when we don't have the data available. The more data you have, the larger your data set, you get better estimates of what those percentages are. But I don't know if that really answered your question, but it's not the approach that we use for developing these goals where we have as solid a data sets as we could hope to have. Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? I have a couple quick questions. So going back to slide 11, maybe it's 12, you talked about, these large escapement events that we've had in relatively recent years. I think the first thing you mentioned was 2017, is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, that's the Wood River example.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So let's just roll with the Wood River example for a little bit. And so what is the typical, return or recruitment time? So when they come back to the river, is it 3, is it 4 years for those sockeye?
Yes, Madam Chair, the most common ages in the Wood River system are 2 ocean and 3 ocean fish. So 1 2s and 1 3s are the ages, and so those are 4 and 5-year-olds.
Okay. So then I guess so with those escapement goals of 4 and 5, so we would be sitting right about now and next year in terms of getting those numbers.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Appreciate your presentation this morning. Thank you. I believe the next up is the overview of the Bristol Bay Commercial Salmon Fishery. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Travis Ellison, and I'm the management biologist for the commercial fishery in the Naknek-Kweejak district. On my left is Aaron Tiernan. He's the commercial fisheries management biologist for the Igigik and Ugashik districts. We will be presenting on an overview of the Bristol Bay commercial salmon fishery. This oral report can be found on RC3 tab 5, and the written report is RC3 tab 2. Here's what you can expect from this presentation. I'll give an overview of the districts and assessment projects, present historical information on price and harvest. I'll talk about how the fishery is managed and present some of the unique aspects of Bristol Bay. First, I would like to orientate you to Bristol Bay, its commercial fishing districts, and the 9 major salmon-producing river systems that drive the commercial fishery. We'll begin on the west side and we'll begin on the east side and move to the west. The Ugashik district is fed by the Ugashik River and Ugashik Lake. Ugashik has the main district and the Ugashik Village section, which is unique in that it is upriver, disconnected from the main district, and only set gill nets are allowed. Proposal 33 applies to the Ugashik Village section. The department operates an in-river test fishery at Ugashik Village and a sockeye salmon counting tower just below the outlet of Ugashik Lake. As we move north, we come to the Igigik district. Bashiroff Lake feeds into the Igigik River, which is the primary sockeye producing river feeding the district. The King Salmon River flows into the lower Igigik River and produces some chum and king salmon. There's a single main district where fishing typically occurs. There's a special harvest area within the district that closes the outer areas to fishing. This is designed to reduce the harvest of Chinook, or harvest of Kweejak and Ugashik-bound fish when the conservation need arises. The department operates an in-river test fishery just below the district and a sockeye salmon counting tower below the outlet of the lake. As we move north, we have the Naknek-Kweejak district. The town of Naknek is located at the mouth of the Naknek River, and this is where most of the fish processing takes place. The Naknek-Kvichak district is divided into two sections, the Naknek section and the Kvichak section, so that harvest can be focused on different river systems. There is also the Naknek River Special Harvest Area, or NERSHA, and the Alagnak River Special Harvest Area, or ARSHA. These are used to harvest Naknek and Alagnak River fish while conserving Kvichak River fish. Proposal 58 seeks to change the NERSHA management plan. The department operates an in-river test fishery on the Kvichak River, and there are counting towers located on the Naknek, Kvichak, and Alagnak rivers. The three previous districts make up what is commonly referred to as the east side of Bristol Bay and are managed out of the King Salmon office. Next, we'll move to the west side of Bristol Bay that is managed out of the Dillingham office. First, we have the Nushagak district. The main sockeye producing rivers are the Nushagak, Wood, and Agushik rivers. The district is divided up into the Agushik section and the Nushagak section. There is also the Wood River Special Harvest Area, or WRSA, and is used to focus harvest on the Wood River stock. The Snake River section is closed by regulation because the Snake and Weary rivers have limited salmon production. There are counting towers located on the Agushik and Wood rivers, and there is a sonar project on the Nushagak River. The Nushagak River has the largest runs of king and chum salmon and pink and coho in Bristol Bay. Proposals 11 and 12 seek changes to the Nushagak Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, and you will hear more about Nushagak King Salmon in upcoming presentations. This is the Togiak District. The Togiak District is divided into terminal river sections. From west to east, there are the Slug, Osviak, Toguk, Togiak, and Klukuk. The Togiak District is managed based on a fishing schedule that can be liberalized or restricted based on run size. The Togiak River is the primary salmon producing river in the Togiak District, and there's a counting tower located on the Togiak River below the outlet of the lake. Now that you are orientated to the geography of Bristol Bay, we'll move on to some of the specifics about the commercial fishery. Bristol Bay is primarily a sockeye salmon fishery. 95% of the annual harvest is sockeye salmon with a 20-year annual average harvest of 30 million fish. Chum salmon make up about 4% of the annual harvest with a 20-year average of 1.1 million. King and coho salmon make up less than 1% of the harvest with a 20-year average harvest of 40,000 king salmon and 100,000 coho salmon. A directed fishery for pink salmon occurs on even numbered years. The most recent 20-year average harvest is 410,000 pink salmon. The majority of king, coho, and pink salmon are harvested in the Nushagak District. Bristol Bay has the largest sockeye salmon run in the world, and record total runs have been seen in recent years. Total run sizes have increased from about 18 million in 2002 to 80 million in 2022. The average total inshore run from 2015 to 2022 was 62 million fish. The 2023 inshore forecast is 50 million with an 80% confidence interval range of 35 to 64 million. I'm using inshore run here because these are the fish that return to the districts and rivers in Bristol Bay. There is a small percentage of Bristol Bay sockeye that are caught in the South Alaska Peninsula, and these are accounted for in the forecast. This is a figure of Bristol Bay sockeye salmon weight by age class. The top two lines are the age 1, 3, and 2, 3 fish, or 3 ocean, and the bottom two lines are the age 1, 2, and 2, 2 fish, or 2 ocean. time spent in the ocean has the greatest influence on the size of salmon when it returns. So age 1-2 and 2-2 fish are similar sizes, even though an age 2-2 fish spend an extra year in the freshwater. We have observed a decrease in the size at age since 2015. Some of this reduction in fish size can be attributed to the large run sizes because large runs of salmon compete for food. However, there are other environmental factors at play. Small mesh size of fish has implications for Bristol Bay fisheries. Optimum gill net mesh size for these smaller fish is considerably less than the regulatory 5.5 inches. Studies suggest something closer to 4 7/8 or 4 3/4 will catch more fish. However, this may not translate into more pounds caught. Many fishers are already using smaller mesh sizes or a variety of mesh sizes. Small fish size also complicates fish processing as the number of fish processed per pound of product increases as size go down and smaller fish are less valuable on the market. The increase in sockeye salmon abundance has resulted in a higher value of the fishery. This table has the averages broken out by board cycles. From 2019 to 2022, escapements to all river systems averaged 19 million sockeye salmon. The harvest averaged 46 million fish with an average value of $1.27 per pound. The ex-vessel value during this period averaged $316 million. In 2022, the sockeye salmon harvest of 60 million fish was the highest on record, and the ex-vessel value of $352 million was the highest on record. These values are not adjusted for inflation. The drift gill net participation has been relatively consistent since 2010, with over 1,700 permits registered each season. Set gill nets participation has also remained relatively consistent in recent years, with an average of about 870 permits fished. Drift gill net operations are allowed 150 fathoms and an additional 50 fathoms with a second permit holder on board. Set gill net operations are allowed 50 fathoms. Drift gill nets must register for a district from June 1 until July 17, and there's a 48-hour transfer wait period. Set nets are only required to register in the Nushagak district. There is a 32-foot limit for drift gill net vessels that was established in 1949. The primary management objective is to achieve escapement goals and to provide for escapement throughout the run. The second consideration is to allow opportunity to harvest fish surplus to escapement needs. Then the department attempts to allocate the available surplus in accordance with the allocation plans that are laid out for each district. Achieving these objectives can be challenging because of the intensity of the Bristol Bay sockeye salmon run. For example, the Wood River escapement on one day in 2018 was 1.1 million fish, and this occurred after 24 hours of fishing opportunity was provided. The abundance of fish that come in on each tide can vary greatly, so the department uses tide-by-tide management to achieve these objectives. The department has a large suite of run assessment tools that it uses to make management decisions, and I will discuss each of these individually in the chronological order we use them as the run progresses. The preseason forecast is the first piece of information and it helps the department plan for using an aggressive or conservative management strategy. This was the 2022 forecast with a Bristol Bay total inshore run of 73.4 million. The Port Muller Test Fishery is operated by the Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute in cooperation with the department. This project provides the first piece of in-season run information. The test fishery operates about 150 miles west of the fishing districts and provides an index of run abundance. These numbers highlighted on the map are the test fishing stations. Under good conditions, these stations are fished every day, and we use catch per unit effort from test fishing as an index for relative fish abundance and run timing. This is the research vessel, Half Moon Bay, picking up genetic samples from the research vessel Ocean Cat in the background. The vessels divide and conquer to accomplish test fishing across the 260-mile-long transect, and the samples are passed to the Half Moon Bay in the middle of the ocean for onboard processing. The white shipping container in the middle of the vessel is the genetics lab. This is a picture of the inside of that genetics lab. Data from the lab is sent using satellite internet to the Anchorage Fish and Game genetics staff for final data analysis. Genetic stock analysis of the Port Muller test fish catch provides greater insight into which rivers and the fish are headed to. It takes fish about 1 week to travel from the test fishery to the districts. This is the stock composition estimate from June 22nd and 23rd last season. As you can see, the Nushagak and Igigik rivers dominated this sample, which we would expect because these rivers have the earliest run timing in the bay, and they had very strong runs. We see the stock compositions change throughout the season as rivers with later run timing become more prevalent. District test fishing is used to assess the abundance of fish in a district when fishing is closed. When fishing is open, commercial catch information is used to assess abundance. Deck loads like these tell us that catch will be big, and so will escapement. Age-sex length data is collected from the commercial catch and escapement projects. In-season age compositions are compared to the forecast to see if there are any glaring differences. This data is also used in brood table development, which is the basis for our understanding of salmon production and escapement goal analysis. In some systems, in-river test fishery projects use catch per unit effort to estimate how many fish have made it beyond the fishery before they are counted at a tower project. Aerial surveys are flown below counting towers to get more timely escapement data. This video clip shows sockeye salmon swimming up the Kvichak River. They appear as dark spots between the shoreline and the deep water. And a little tough to see on that dark screen. Escapement data from the counting towers is the final piece of run assessment data, and it provides a foundation for all management decisions. Fish counts, as seen in this video, are done for 10 minutes on each riverbank each hour for all 24 hours of the day and are used for the escapement estimates. There are allocation plans for all districts except Togiak. These plans specify how to distribute harvest to each gear group. The allocation period is from June 1 to July 17. On July 17, district registration ends and the fall schedule begins in the east side districts. The department may use separate gear group openings, differential timing of fishing periods for each gear group, and differential fishing periods by section to attempt to achieve allocations. However, meeting escapement goals takes priority over allocation. The Naknek River, Alagnak River, and Wood River special harvest areas are separate from the district allocation plans. Proposal 57 seeks to repeal the Naknek Kvichak District Management and Allocation Plan. Dual drift operations are allowed in all districts except Togiak. 2 permit holders may fish on the same vessel and use an additional 50 fathoms of gear. We call these D-boats. On average, single permit operations catch about 65% of what D-boats catch. Proposals 42 through 45 address dual drift gillnet regulations. Permit stacking is when one individual owns 2 permits and is allowed to fish additional gear with the use of the second permit. Proposals 46 and 47 seek to allow drift gillnet permit stacking. Either of these regulations would reduce the number of boats, and you'll see in the next slide why that might be appealing to some people. Bristol Bay is known for its line fishery, and the Johnson Hill line in Naknek and the North Line Igigik can be particularly intense. This video of the Johnson Hill line demonstrates how boats compete to have the first net in the water as fish enter the district before their net gets corked off by another boat. The wildlife troopers spend much of their limited resources enforcing the lines and maintaining order in the fishery. In 2004, a large preseason forecast prompted the board to adopt a plan allowing for the use of the general district to help provide additional harvest opportunity early in the season outside of the terminal harvest districts. This is a map of the general district in 2004. That year, approximately 1.7 million sockeye salmon were harvested in the general district between June 7 and June 22nd. About 45% of those fish were harvested in the central general district that surrounds Igigik. The plan had a sunset clause of December 31st, 2004, and that was the only season it was used. Proposals 49 to 54 would create a new general district on the east side of Bristol Bay and allow drift gillnet fishing late in the season, depending on escapement levels. Each proposal varies on area specifics and escapement triggers. Thank you for your time, and with that, we would be happy to answer any questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Wood and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. On page 3, or maybe it's slide 3, the weighted age chart that you provided, is that for the entire Bristol Bay, or is that one of the sub-districts?
Through the chair, this is for all districts.
And it's, I'm just looking at the chart, and it's obviously trending downward from 2013 in the weight of the sockeye. Do you have any idea why that might be the case?
I mean, there's a bunch of different factors that can go into this, but obviously environmental temperature plays a big factor, but also competition among the sockeye. As we've seen these large runs, so for example, 2013 was a very small run. And so the fish from 2014 were out there in the ocean at the same time. In 2014, they came back actually above average. But since 2015, we've had these runs up around 60 million or more, and we've seen this decline. It correlates pretty well with run size and fish size, and there's a lot of literature out there. Not all of it agrees that there is that competition there, but that is one of the biological factors.
Do we have this type of data available to the board for the kings and cohos as well out in the Bristol Bay? The weight, size, length issue? If so, would you provide it to us? I'll leave it at that.
Through the chair, I believe we have it for kings, and yeah, we'll work on getting that together. Thank you.
Okay, just one last question. The genetic sampling that's done out at Port Muller test line, what's your turnaround time on that?
Now that they're able to send it from the vessel to the lab, it can be like a day, 1 day, sometimes 2 days.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach.
Yes. Do you all have a nearshore genetic monitoring program, especially on the central district between Naknek and Igigik? And if so, is it ongoing? Is it consistent? And do we have a big difference in proportion of discrete systems that are admixing in that area?
I'm getting Travis Ellison here through the chair. Let me pull up that map real quick. We don't have a lot of data from that area, and the area you're referring to is kind of just above the red circle here on the map, and that area is called Middle Bluff. We do use it for test fishing, or have in the past, and back when we did the WASP work, I believe we got a bunch of sampling in there, and that's really a mixing area. You find all the east side stocks you'll see there. To some extent Nushagak, but not as much. But yeah, it's a mixing area for sure, and a productive fishing spot.
One follow-up, if I could. Can you give me an example of any kind of an in-season management decision you might have made or might make on the basis of data coming back from the Port Muller test fishery?
Yes, I've used it in the past when we're, on a larger run where we're fishing every single tide. When you have big numbers of fish, you want to be fishing in Bristol Bay, but we also want to provide for representative escapement throughout the run. So we like to take breaks in fishing time if we have room in the escapement goals to do that. So I've looked for times where we see a dip in, say, knack-knack and queejack percentages, and also a dip in the index number at the same time, and use that to try to track in-season run timing. And we look at this every day, and it does change throughout the run, and then use that to actually close for a tide and get some escapement that has not been fished on. And, we've also used it the other way for trying to figure out, is the run just late or is it not coming? And so sometimes, like with the queejack in particular in recent years, we've seen where it's like, it looks like it's not even going to meet the escapement goal. It looks terrible. But then you look at the Port Muller test fish numbers from, say, July 6th, 7th, and you'll see, maybe 30-40% of the fish are for queejack. So then that run is going to be there, or at least it's a good indication.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I neglected to ask the real question I really wanted to know. Talking to John and Jane on the street, they're not only concerned about the numbers of fish diminishing, but also the size. We're not catching kings like we used to a coho. Just name your fish and it's applicable. Is sizing used in any regulation that this board is responsible for implementing?
Through the chair, under current regulations, we don't manage for size, and we don't really have any regulations currently that would, affect or at least target an influence on the size of fish. The board could adopt mesh size restrictions that could influence size, or at least what's caught versus what is there. I guess just one little additional piece of information is these fishermen are professionals, and they pay close attention to fish size and mesh size.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. On slide 11, you mentioned that the pink salmon, the 410,000 average, was a 20-year average. Are all the other averages listed on that slide 20-year averages as well?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. On slide 16, your last bullet point was that you manage tide by tide. Can you provide a detailed explanation of what that means?
Yes. So as a manager, we're basically making decisions twice a day. For example, in the morning, we might put out an announcement at 9 o'clock in the morning to open the knack-knack section. And then we'll have an opener in the knack-knack section that morning and fly an aerial survey that afternoon. And then come and say we see a aerial survey of the Queejack River, which is usually where we're, a little more challenging to meet the 2 million bottom and escapement goal there. So then we'll fly a survey, and if we see, say, 1 million fish in the river, that's going to get us close to that 2 million fish mark. Then in the afternoon, we can come on, say the very next tide, we're going to open the entire district, knack-knack and Queejack sections. When we'll also look at hours fished, tide by tide, and that varies by escapement, boat counts, and allocation.
Thank you, that's helpful, and I'm going to assume that that is the most effective way that you see to manage that fishery.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I guess to provide an example on what I mean by tide and how important that is I've seen escapements in the Knack-Knack River go from 1,700 one day to 17,000 the next day to 475,000 the next day. So it happens quick.
Thank you. And I think my last question for you, relates to slide number 21, where I think you, 20 and 21, where you illustrated that onboard genetics lab. And I don't know if this is a question best directed to you, or perhaps it's to Director Raybung or the Commissioner, but how is that funded?
You want to take? Madam Chair, that's funded by BBSRI, public funding.
Entirely?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at slide 11 also, and you have a chum salmon, 4% of the annual harvest for the 20 years, which is about 1.1 million. Do you have any genetic data that breaks that out to, are all those fish going to the Bristol Bay area, or some of those fish going to Yukon, Kuskokwim? Do you have any way to figure out if that's happening?
Through the chair, I think with chum salmon, we have a hard time differentiating between river systems. With sockeye salmon, we can actually, like in the Kwidzak River, identify, I think, 9 different populations. But with chum salmon, it's much more difficult, I believe, and maybe somebody would like to correct me if I'm off on this, but it's more like Western Alaska chum salmon as far as I believe, but I'm not completely up to date on the latest on those genetics analysis or technology.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a work in progress to try to dig deeper on that genetic difference between those stocks, but thanks for your answer.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
Thank you.
All right, next up, I believe we'll have Robin giving us an overview of the Bristol Bay subsistence fisheries, and go ahead and begin whenever you're ready, Robin.
Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and our public guests, for the record, my name is Robin Dublin. I am the Southern Region Program Manager with the Division of Subsistence. Bronwyn Jones, our Southwest Subsistence Resource Specialist, is unavailable today. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the Bristol Bay subsistence fisheries. We have also prepared the Bristol Bay Overview of Subsistence Fisheries written report found in your binders under RC3, Tab 3. And the slides associated with this presentation can be found in RC3, Tab 6. The purpose of this presentation is to provide a general overview of the Bristol Bay subsistence fisheries, including the customary and traditional use finding, known as the C&T, and the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence, referred to as the A&S for Finfish in Bristol Bay. This presentation will also provide subsistence harvest information broken down by salmon species, area of residence of permit holder, and by Bristol Bay Area District. Lastly, this presentation provides you with data and background information relevant to subsistence proposals 15 and 16. Proposal 15 requests the board to allow the use of small fish wheels in the Ugashic District. Proposal 16 asks the board to repeal the current requirements that subsistence salmon fishing permits for the Naknek River drainage may only be obtained through the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's King Salmon Office. This slide provides the regulatory foundations for the Bristol Bay subsistence fisheries as background information. Before the board can provide subsistence fishing opportunities, it must determine if the fish stock is associated with customary and traditional or subsistence uses. The board has positive C&T findings for salmon, other finfish, and togiak herring spawn on kelp in the Bristol Bay area. This slide This slide also shows the amounts necessary for subsistence, or ANS. Once the board has found that there is a positive subsistence use of a fish stock, it must then determine the amount of the harvestable surplus that is reasonably necessary for subsistence uses. This is an ANS. The ANS is not a quota. It is a guideline of typical numbers of fish harvested for subsistence under normal conditions. I'll now provide a synopsis of key provisions of the state subsistence salmon fishing regulations for the Bristol Bay area. Permits are required. There are no seasonal limits established in regulation, although the department may set harvest limits for conservation reasons. There's one exception. In the Naknek District, where there is an annual possession limit of 200 sockeye salmon taken after August 15th, with additional fish allowed upon request. For gear in the Bristol Bay area, drift and set gill nets are permitted in waters open to commercial fishing. Only set gill nets are permitted in other waters with certain exceptions. And in terms of seasons, fishing is open anytime except as follows. In areas open to commercial fishing except for special harvest areas from May 1 through 31 and October 1 through 31 from 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday, from June 1 to September 30 during open commercial fishing periods. When the district is closed to commercial fishing, subsistence is also closed except in the Nagashik District, where the commissioner by emergency order shall provide for subsistence during periods of extended closure. The data provided in this presentation are based on two data sources. The first I will discuss is the Subsistence Salmon Permit Program. The Division of Subsistence and the Division of Commercial Fisheries work together to administer the Bristol Bay Subsistence Salmon Harvest Permit Program. Permits are available online, in person at the Anchorage office, and at the regional fish and game offices, with the exception of the Naknek River drainage discussed in Proposal 16. In addition, in many of the smaller Bristol Bay communities, we hire local residents or work with a local tribal entity to have their staff administer subsistence permits to ease the availability of obtaining a permit. Permits are returned at the end of each season. The Division of Subsistence conducts annual assessments on the number of salmon harvested by species, date of harvest, and location based on the results of returned permits, which are then expanded to account for unreturned permits. The other source of data in this presentation comes from subsistence household harvest surveys conducted by the Subsistence Division research staff, often in partnership with other local entities. Most often, these research efforts are comprehensive, asking for information on all subsistence resources harvested, in addition to fish, to provide a more complete contextual understanding of how salmon and other fish fit into the subsistence way of life in a community. Our research team conducts these surveys periodically when funding is available throughout Bristol Bay communities and across the state. The harvest surveys, paired with other social science research methods, including key respondent interviews and participant observation, provide additional context for customary and traditional resource uses in the area. In an area that is world-renowned for its commercial fisheries and sport fishing opportunities, subsistence uses of wild resources remain a consistent and reliable component of the local economy of Bristol Bay communities. Each year, subsistence fishing, hunting, and gathering provide hundreds of pounds of highly nutritious food for residents of the region. The figure on this slide provides data on household harvest surveys conducted in each of the 26 Bristol Bay communities from 1987 to 2018. The figure illustrates the importance of salmon for subsistence in the Bristol Bay area. As you can see, salmon make up 58% of the composition of the wild food harvest by usable weight in the Bristol Bay area. In comparison, 21% of wild food harvests come from land mammals, mainly moose. 9% of wild foods are non-salmon fish, and other resources, including birds, marine invertebrates, and small land mammals, make up the remaining 12% of the harvest. Our research has found that a variety of traditional Yupik methods and contemporary methods are used to preserve salmon in the area, including drying, smoking, half-drying, canning, fermenting, jarring, and freezing. Salmon and salmon products are shared widely within and between communities in the Bristol Bay region. This next series of slides are based on subsistence permit estimates. All these estimates can be found in our written report as well. This graph was generated from the table on page 8 of the written report and shows the estimated salmon harvest by species in number of fish for the Bristol Bay area from 1985 to 2021. On the bottom in green are sockeye harvests, above in red are king harvests, followed by coho, chum, and pink salmon. Coho, chum, and pink salmon have remained stable over time. Sockeye salmon harvests have declined over time, most notably in the mid-1990s, with some stabilization occurring from about 2003 onwards. That said, while in the most recent 5 years, there have been record sockeye salmon returns in Bristol Bay, some of the lowest years for subsistence sockeye and king salmon harvests have occurred during this time frame. One explanation for the decline in sockeye salmon harvest may be an increase in the commercial removal for home use, known as home pack, which is not included in the subsistence salmon permit estimates. However, further research is required to confidently state this as a data finding. This figure illustrates the 10-year average subsistence salmon harvest by district. The Naknek-Shivak district accounted for the largest portion of the subsistence harvest at 51%. The Nushagak district ranked second at 43%, followed by Togiak at 4%, and Igagik and Ugashik districts each at 1%. The next two slides present information regarding Ugashik district's harvest of salmon for home use from a household harvest survey conducted in the 2014 study year as background information for Proposal 15. The Ugashik district includes the communities of Pilot Point and Ugashik. Pilot Point's population in 2021 was 59 residents. The community of Ugashik is upstream of the Ugashik district and has a population of 3 in 2021. The figures on this slide illustrate the composition of wild food harvest by weight for each community during the 2014 study year. Both Pilot Point and Ugashik salmon harvest accounted for at least 3/4 of their local subsistence harvest by weight. Data from subsistence permit returns indicate that subsistence salmon harvest has been stable in the Ugashik district and is dominated by sockeye salmon. The historical average of all salmon harvested was approximately 1,600 fish. The most recent 10-year average was 986 salmon, and the most recent 5-year average of salmon harvested was 1,033. Overall permits issued have declined with a historical average of 22 permits issued and a 5-year average of 15 permits issued. According to the 2014 Household Harvest Survey results, the two recorded gear types for salmon in the Ugashik district are set gillnet and removal from commercial harvest for home use. The figure on the left is a visual representation of the salmon harvest weight caught by gear type in the Ugashik residents. An estimated 66% of the salmon harvest weight was caught using commercial gear and removed for home use, and the remaining 35% was caught using subsistence gill nets. The figure on the right shows Pilot Point salmon harvest weight caused by gear type. An estimated 95% of the salmon harvest weight was caught using subsistence set gill nets, and the remaining 5% of the harvest weight was caught using removal from commercial catch for home use. This slide provides more background information for Proposal 16. Proposal 16 asks the board to repeal the requirement that subsistence salmon fishing permits for the Naknek River drainage may only be obtained at the King Salmon Office of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. You can read a more detailed history of these permits in the written report found in RC3 tab 3. For the purpose of understanding Proposal 16, I will provide a brief background. Permits have been issued in the Bristol Bay area since the late 1960s and substantially increased in the number of people who obtained subsistence permits for the Naknek drainage, but who did not live in the region. The board responded in 1980 by requiring local residency in the area and that permits be made available only through the King Salmon Office. After the 1989 McDowell decision, the local residency required was found unconstitutional and was removed, but the requirement to get a permit through the King Salmon Fish and Game Office remained on the books. This figure presents the estimated number of subsistence salmon permits issued for the Naknek District and the harvest per permit from 1997 to 2021. Today, most fishers obtain permits and report their harvests, with overall permit returns averaging between 85 and 90%. The figure shows that with the exception of 2020 and 21, the number of subsistence salmon permits issued to subsistence fish in the Naknek River drainage has remained relatively consistent since 1997. 2020 and 2021 are the lowest years on record for permits issued, with 229 permits in 2020 and 196 permits in 2021, compared to the historical average of 287. The lower than average 2020 and 2021 harvest amounts and numbers of permits issued may be a result of COVID-19 travel restrictions. This table provides the average estimated number of subsistence permits issued in the Naknek River drainage over time by residents of the Bristol Bay Borough and by other Alaska residents. It should be noted that many other Alaska residents who fish in the Naknek River drainage have local connections to communities in the region. The number of permits issued to Bristol Bay Borough residents has increased slightly over time, while the number of permits issued to other Alaska residents has increased slightly since 1997. The historic average of 206 permits issued to local Bristol Bay Borough residents declined to 182 permits for the 10-year average, and further declined to 171 permits for the most recent 5-year average. In contrast, the historical average of 82 permits issued to other Alaska residents increased to 87 for the 10-year average, and the 5-year average was 92 permits issued. As this table demonstrates, the estimated number of salmon harvested by permit by local Bristol Bay Borough residents is higher than the number of salmon harvested by permit by other Alaska residents, as illustrated through the 5-year average of 94 salmon harvested per permit by Bristol Bay Borough residents and 80 salmon harvested by permit by other Alaska residents. The estimated number of salmon harvested per permit has remained relatively consistent over time for residents of the Bristol Bay Borough, as illustrated by the 25, 10, and 5-year averages of 93, 95, and 94 salmon. Regarding other Alaska residents, the estimated number of salmon harvested per permit has increased, as illustrated by the past averages of 70, 77, and 80 salmon harvested per permit. Subsistence salmon harvests continue to be important in the Bristol Bay area. For Bristol Bay communities, salmon continue to provide the largest portion of the subsistence harvest. The subsistence fisheries of the region provide important, nutritionally valuable food and support cultural and social values that form the foundation of life for Bristol Bay residents. Before I close, I would like to take a moment to recognize that the data in this presentation is possible because of the cooperation of communities and residents in Bristol Bay and across Alaska. Their collaboration in our research ensures that we can provide accurate information for this and other regulatory bodies. With that, I'd like to thank the Chair and Board again for the opportunity to provide this presentation today, and I welcome any questions that you may have. Madam Chair.
Thanks, Robin. Mr. Carpenter, and then Mr. Wood.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. Considering the use of fish wheels, is there any literature that's available, or is the original C&T worksheet from 1993 available? I'm curious as to why the use of fish wheels wasn't included in the C&T decision as a method for harvesting back in 1993. Was it not supported by the users of Bristol Bay, or was it a finding by the board that there just wasn't enough evidence to support that method? And if any of that information is available, I would really be interested in reviewing that. Thank you.
Through the Chair, we do have copies of that original customary and traditional use worksheet, and that worksheet back in 1993 did not have fish wheels mentioned as a gear type that was traditionally used. So we don't, at that time, there was not documentation that fish wheels were used. Through the chair.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. During your presentation, you made reference to home packs being a possible influence on the numbers, and presumably they coincided with the decline in number of permits. When was home pack initially authorized or allowed to exist?
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question.
And is any way of quantifying the number of fish that home pack would account for out in that area?
Through the chair, we ask that during household harvest surveys, but we don't ask that on an annual basis. So the research that we're doing is capturing a year's harvest. So it would be hard to provide that in a consistent manner. Lisa has something to add.
Ms. Olson and then the commissioner.
Thank you, through the chair, to Member Wood. Home pack is recorded on the commercial fish ticket, and I think, okay, that's what you're going to say. Okay, thank you. I think it's been a reg for quite a while, Madam Chair.
Commissioner? Okay, great, thank you. Good questions, Mr. Wood. I had the exact same ones. Mr. Commissioner?
Hey, Robin, can you go to Figure 7 real quick? I'm just struggling with my mind that we see as declining subsistence harvest of salmon across from 1985 to 2021. And the best I could tell, we haven't done anything to restrict subsistence harvest in terms of regulatory emergency orders or anything else. Do you have an explanation as to why the number of salmon that are harvested between 85 and 2021 has declined while the population of the area has generally increased? And why, in general, we're now below ANS amounts?
Lisa, please. Yeah.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you. Through the chair to the commissioner, there could be many reasons for lower harvests in the subsistence fisheries. Sometimes high harvesters move away from an area, and they are responsible for a lot of the harvest that gets shared with the communities. Sometimes the population demographics change, if there's, the numbers might stay the same, the population numbers, but the demographics might change. There might be more elders and fewer people, younger people who are harvesting. There might be fewer larger families. There might be more smaller households or individual households. So one of the questions on the household survey is trying to get at this, whether people's needs are being met. It's our less, same, more question. And what we ask people in our household surveys is, did you harvest more fish, less fish, or about the same as you did in previous years? And many times, and why? Is it regulations? Is it the weather? Is it your family need? Is it work? And the answers vary widely, but I don't recall, and I'd have to do a thorough check to make sure, I don't recall that regulations are one of the top reasons. It's usually because people are more needing the cash and their work schedules, especially in the Bristol Bay area where the previous subsistence fishing schedule was Monday through Friday, so their work schedules didn't align with the times, the tide times. So that, I mean, there could be a lot of reasons. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't because we were somehow restricting it through emergency orders, given it's a priority, and it appears that's not the case. So, thank you.
No, but that does beg a question, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Pappas. Is that there could be a variety of reasons, not the least of which could be just access to gear. That's changed over time. But one of the questions that I did just kind of make a note of is, I think, Robin, you made mention of the fact that subsistence is closed when commercial harvest is closed as well. Is that correct? Is that just in one district, or is that, area-wide?
That was for the Nugashik.
Okay. That was,
Nishigak, sorry.
that was specific. Is that similar across all districts? Lisa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend directing that question at the Commercial Fisheries Manager. I believe that a lot of the subsistence fishery is open by EO, even if commercial fishing is closed. But to clarify, I believe their Commercial Fisheries Managers can approach and answer your question.
Okay.
Madam Chair, for the record, Travis Ellison. It kind of varies from district to district, but so within the commercial fishing districts, subsistence fishing is open when commercial fishing is open. And in some districts like Igagik, most of the subsistence fishing occurs in the commercial district. In Naknek, it's different in that the Naknek River is open to subsistence fishing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the salmon run. So very little subsistence fishing actually occurs in the Naknek-Kwijak district because the Naknek River is very accessible by vehicle or boat. And Nushkak's a little different yet, but does that answer your question?
Kind of. I'm thinking about just, back to the commissioner's question about, restriction or, why you might see these trends. And I'm just wondering if it's a question of access. If the commercial district is, a commercial fishery is open, I would expect many people would be participating in the commercial fishery versus using that opportunity to harvest subsistence since they need to make money. So, I'm just kind of curious about the interplay between those two fisheries and the timing, and why the subsistence fishery might be closed. When the commercial fishery is closed, if there's significant impact on escapement goal, for example, I would have a hard time reconciling that given the returns that we've seen in recent years especially.
Madam Chair, I think the commercial districts are closed to subsistence when the commercial fishery is closed, and a lot of that helps with enforcement.
Yeah.
Just, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Pappas, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. New information, you'll see on beginning page 41 of the Federal Subsistence Regulation Summary. The vast majority of all fisheries in Bristol Bay under federal subsistence do require a state permit. So, and some of the fisheries are migrations from the state permitting system to the federal permitting system, but that's not the case here. Just side information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I just had a question with regard to survey response rates for the household data. And do you have response rates broken out by local resident and other Alaska residents?
Just give me one moment. Where'd it go? I don't have that information available here.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair. The permits, of course, we do have response rates for all Alaskans. But for the household surveys, how the program works is that subsistence resource specialists travel to the communities. And so we wouldn't be surveying anyone who's there temporarily, even if they're from another part of Alaska. We try and get the harvest information and use information from people who live in the communities close to year-round, if that helps, Madam Chair.
Yeah, just a follow-up with that, because we're noticing a decline in subsistence harvest in recent years, and we cannot, and basically you're only surveying local Alaska residents for that area, very likely attributed to COVID then.
Through the chair to Member Mitchell, we feel like many of the impacts of the lower harvest in the recent years could be attributable to the COVID and the travel restrictions, and also the care that people have with not traveling to the local communities or even between the local communities to protect those vulnerable elders. So that could be one very good reason. Yes, thank you.
One question for you, Robin, hopefully this is a pretty easy one. On slide 6, where you have the general Bristol Bay subsistence overview, you mentioned that there were 26 communities that were included in this graph, and obviously it's not following ANCSA boundaries, but I'm just curious, does this include the Lake Iliamna villages as well?
I believe it does, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions, and thank you so much for your report, Robin, but I will be very curious, if possible, to see what the home pack numbers are for the Bristol Bay region as reported on commercial tickets. Some kind of a graph would be useful to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Let's see, it's 10:35. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, coming back together at 10:50, and we will keep going with staff reports at that time. 15-minute break. All right, welcome back. We are back on the record. The time is 11:06, and we're going to carry on with staff oral reports. And I believe we are at tab number 7, which is an overview of sport fisheries in the Bristol Bay management area. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Lee Borden. I'm the area management biologist for Bristol Bay management area for the Division of Sportfish. And to my left, I have Tim Addicks, the assistant area management biologist. This report can be found at RC3 tab 7. It's an overview of the sport fisheries in the Bristol Bay management area. For the benefit of those who may have come in late, just a quick introduction of sportfish staff for the Bristol Bay area. Jay Balmer is the regional management biologist. Myself, Lee Borden, the area management biologist, and Tim Addicks, the assistant area management biologist. These are the folks you'll be interacting with throughout this meeting for sportfish issues. So I'd like to start out by introducing the area. Here you'll see a map of the Bristol Bay management area. It's very large, approximately 40,000 square miles. It's roughly the size of the state of Iowa. We have 2 field offices out there, one in Dillingham, one in King Salmon, and they are both staffed by myself and Tim. So just to orient everyone to the amount of effort that takes place in the Bristol Bay management area as a whole, here we have sport fishing effort and angler days and number of anglers for the entire Bristol Bay management area. You'll notice that effort and anglers are relatively stable with the exception of the year 2020 where COVID restricted travel and had an impact on sport fishing effort. The area averages about 80,000 angler days a year. So I will take a minute to run through the proposals pertaining to sport fish. There are 19 proposals specifically aimed at sport fishing issues. We have 3 proposals that pertain to the Nushagak-Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan. Those are 11 through 13. We have 3 proposals that pertain to methods and means in the sport fishery, and that is 18 through 20. We have 10 proposals that are specifically geared towards salmon, 22 through 29, 31, and 32. And 3 proposals that didn't quite fit into any of those groups, and those would be 17, 21, and 30. So now I'd like to take a trip through some of the drainages in Bristol Bay, specifically the ones that have proposals directed towards them. So here you'll see a map of the Nushagak-Mulchatna River drainage. This is the largest drainage in Bristol Bay management area, both geographically and effort-wise. It's characterized mostly by temporary lodges that pop up in the summertime and target king salmon in the lower river. However, there are some permanent lodges up higher in the drainage as well. One thing to notice here, this arrow, everything above the Iowithla within the drainage has an earlier closure date for king salmon, and that's the salmon season runs May 1st through July 24th above the Iowithla, where it runs May 1st through July 31st below. I'd also like to point out these 2 circled areas here. Those areas are closed to fishing for king salmon year-round. So staying with the Nushagak, which has proposals, several proposals aimed at it, 11, 12, 13, and 28, all of which do various things. But just for some context here is the sport fishing effort and angler days, catch and harvest from 2012 through 2021. So you'll notice that there is relatively stable angler days with the exception of the year 2020, but you will notice that catch and harvest is somewhat variable. The years that are circled here are years that we did not achieve the escapement goal, and you'll notice that there is less catch and less harvest in those years. I will, in a later presentation, discuss management of king salmon fishery on the Nushagak, so these years will be explained in detail in a later presentation. So here we have effort, catch, and harvest for the upper sections of the Nushagak River. These were sections addressed in Proposal 28 that would close those upper sections to fishing for king salmon. I have circled the harvest averages down at the bottom here. The takeaway is that these three areas combined average recently about 360 fish harvested a year. Also, something to note here is within the section for Nushagak above Mulchatna, that would include areas that are already closed to king salmon, specifically the areas above Harris Creek. So moving on to the Naknek River drainage, you'll notice here that there are several areas that are closed to fishing for king salmon as well as closed to retention of king salmon, specifically Paul's Creek, King Salmon Creek, Big Creek, and then the upper section of the Naknek River. The Naknek is the second largest drainage for us as effort-wise in Bristol Bay Management Area. It's characterized by relatively easy access, being that there's an airport right there in King Salmon that Alaska Airlines flies into. Also boasts some fantastic rainbow trout fishing. So when you couple fantastic fishing with ease of access, there's quite a bit of demand for those fisheries. Here we have the Naknek River sport fishing effort and angler days and number of anglers. This would be addressed in Proposal 17, which would seek to limit number of anglers in the upper river. This data is for all species, so the effort is not teased out by species. We don't have that level of specificity here. You'll see that everything is relatively stable, aside from the 2020 year, which is going to be throughout this presentation. You'll notice a decline in effort that year. One thing to note here is that although effort overall stays stable throughout these years, there has been a shift in what that effort is directed towards. Recent creels, both in the king salmon fishery and rainbow trout fisheries, have shown decreasing effort in the king salmon fisheries compared to the past, and increase in the rainbow trout fisheries compared to the past. So effort appears to stay stable, but there's a shift in target species. So next I'll go through Naknek River rainbow trout sport fishing regulations. These would be addressed in Proposal 18 and 19. Proposal 18 would prohibit the use of salmon eggs, and Proposal 19 would prohibit the use of egg imitations on the Naknek River. So the daily bag and possession limit, there is an increase in the allowable take during the wintertime, and that is mostly to allow local residents the opportunity to harvest a few extra fish during the times when there's not a lot of outside effort from guided effort. And the upper section from the ADF&G regulatory marker in Rapids Camp up to the marker at the outlet of the lake, there are special regulations in place to protect rainbow trout. You can see those there, and they're also found in the regulation booklet. Here we have a chart showing the non-resident harvest in the Naknek River. This would be addressed in Proposal 21, which seeks to eliminate non-resident harvest of rainbow trout in the Naknek River. This data was pulled from the logbook program, as it's the best data we have for specifically non-resident guided anglers. The takeaway here is that the average harvest is about 19 fish by non-resident anglers in the Naknek River annually. 2007 was a particularly higher harvest year for some reason. That skews it up a little bit, but generally speaking, the harvest is single digits or around 10. Here we have a size composition comparison of rainbow trout caught in the sport fishery in the upper Naknek River. The chart on the left is the size composition from 1999, the last time this was done. The chart on the right is the pooled data from 2019 and 2020, size composition. The takeaway here is that we have a very similar size composition. The bins are very similar, max length, minimum length, and then the way that the lengths are distributed are also similar to 1999. There's a bimodal representation here in this graph, which is what you would expect to see. You have a strong cohort that comes of age, outcompetes the cohort directly below it. That weak cohort directly below the strong one then provides for a stronger cohort behind it. So you would expect to see a bimodal presentation just like we do in these two charts. So moving on, staying within the Naknek drainage, but moving on to Big Creek. There are proposals 22 and 23. One seeks to liberalize king fishing in Big Creek, and one seeks to further restrict Big Creek king salmon fishing. Currently, it is a non-retention fishery for king salmon in Big Creek. Here you'll see, based on guided logbook data, there was a slight increase in effort. Guided logbook data is the best data we have here because there's not enough respondents in the statewide harvest survey for that data to be particularly useful here. So one thing you'll notice is that there is a slight increase in catch and effort. However, they're both relatively low. You'll see the years here, 13, 14, and 15 were actually closed to fishing for king salmon. The small catch that you see in 2014 was likely incidental catch while fishing for other species. Here, staying in the Naknek, also moving over to coho salmon, which are addressed in Proposal 27, which would seek to put a limit on non-resident anglers for harvest. Here you'll see that effort and catch and harvest are relatively variable, which is expected with coho salmon. They can be pulsy, they can be kind of hit or miss, so we would expect some variability in the catch and harvest. One thing to note here is that harvest and catch are relatively close, which means there's not a lot of catch and release going on. The coho fishery tends to be a harvest fishery. So moving on to the next drainage, we have the Togiak River drainage. The Togiak River is one of the most remote rivers in the Bristol Bay Management Area. Access is somewhat difficult. However, it's also one of the most beautiful rivers in the area, so it does attract quite a bit of effort. I have circled here the lower portion of the river below the Pungo. That's where most of the effort takes place in the king salmon sport fishery. Here we have a table or a graph showing the Togiak River effort and angler days, catch and harvest. Now this effort is for all species, so take that into account, but what you can see here is a generally declining trend in both catch for king salmon as well as just overall effort. So effort has been in decline on the Togiak for quite a while now. And now we'll move on to relevant data for other area proposals. Here I've mapped just the general Bristol Bay area. One of the proposals would seek to prohibit the use of salmon eggs for bait within the entire Bristol Bay Management Area. So keep in mind that applies to everything pictured here in this map. I'd also like to point out the Wood River drainage circled here, which is the other proposal that we'll address in this section. It pertains to the Wood River drainage. So sport fishing regulations regarding bait in the Bristol Bay Management Area, which would be addressed in that Proposal 18 I just mentioned. Currently, there are no bay-wide bait prohibitions in Bristol Bay. However, there is one regulation regarding chumming, and that pertains to guided anglers. But aside from that one chumming regulation, there are several existing bait restrictions within certain drainages. The drainages that do have bait restrictions currently on them in one form or another are the Ungaleethuk, Wood, Nushagak, Queejack, Alagnak, and Naknek River drainages. Next, I'd like to talk about the Wood River Lake sport fishing regulations. This would be addressed in Proposal 20, which would seek to apply additional restrictive regulations to the Agulapack River and all waters above the Agulapack within the Wood River drainage. Here we just have the general regulations listed out just for everybody's reference. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions anyone might have. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. How do you guys, on the sport fish side of things, how are you getting the information from users that you provide in these reports now that the logbooks have gone away? Are you using like online creel surveys, in-person creel surveys, just voluntary reporting? How does that work?
Yeah, through the chair. The reporting is, or through in these reports, you'll see information basically from the statewide harvest survey, as well as information from our on-the-ground creel surveys. So that's the most up-to-date data we have. There are certain instances in here where you'll see some logbook data, and that's only when we're talking about either really small drainages where the statewide harvest survey doesn't have the specificity in it to be useful. But other than that, we're mainly using statewide harvest survey and on-the-ground creel.
What's the response in the statewide harvest survey?
That's something I don't have information on, but I could get that for you.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, thank you for your presentation. All right, moving on to tab 8, mortality of king salmon caught and released using sport tackle in the Nushagak.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. It's me again, Lee Borden. For the record, Lee Borden, Area Management Biologist for Bristol Bay Management Area. I'm going to give a presentation on mortality of king salmon caught and released using sport tackle in the Nushagak River. This can be found RC3, tab 8. So this is a slide that we saw in the previous presentation, but I'd like to bring everyone's attention back to the Nushagak River specifically within the management area. What you should notice is that it is the largest geographically. It spans quite a large area, and there's quite a bit of difference between the habitat that's provided for spawning and rearing in the east versus in the west. The east side drainages tend to be lower elevation drainages, which would have temperature effects, as opposed to the western drainages, which tend to be higher elevation drainages with lakes that feed the systems. So there's a really good portfolio effect available for king salmon here on the Nushagak River. And it's essentially just our largest river that provides the largest amount of diversity within habitat for the entire drainage. So I'll introduce you to the study area here. Most of the king salmon fishing effort on the Nushagak River takes place in the lower river below the Iowithla. This information is gathered through years of creel surveys and logbooks and just anecdotal information, as well as managers being in place on the ground. These 3 sublocations would encompass a vast majority of the fishing effort in the lower river. Sublocation 1 is from Black Point up to the Forks. Sublocation 2 is the west channel from the Forks up to the Iowithla River. And sublocation 3 is the east fork from the Forks up to about the same level at the confluence of the Iowithla. So I'll provide a little bit of background information here. Why did we do this, and what are the reasons for this study? So previously, the Willamette and the Kenai rivers have been studied for catch and release mortality on king salmon. There was a range of mortality found between 5.9 and 12.2 between those two studies. These studies being, getting relatively old, it was deemed that they were starting to age out and that new information was required. And then why did we choose the Nushagak? So Nushagak has the highest level of effort for king salmon in the Bristol Bay management area. It also has the highest level of catch. So knowing the ultimate fates of the fish caught and released in this fishery has management implications. And so a number to apply helps managers quantify the number of fish that are lost due to catch and release mortality. So to further emphasize that, I have some effort charts here. There's a specific reason that I have 2011 through 2015 data on these next few slides, and that is because that was the information that was used when managers were creating and designing this study. So this was the data that drove this study to happen, essentially. You'll see Nushagak and Naknek stand out as far as effort goes from our other drainages. Lagnak and Togiak are the next two drainages as far as level of effort. The Nushagak drainage is primarily directed towards kings. So most of the effort you see here on this chart is directed at king salmon. Naknek effort is split between multiple species. King salmon, coho, rainbow trout all get quite a bit of effort. So even though the effort for Naknek appears to be similar to Nushagak, the level of effort for kings is quite a bit lower on the Naknek comparatively. So here we have a chart showing catch and harvest for king salmon on all four of the main drainages. The big takeaway here is that the Nushagak is by far and away the largest as far as catch and harvest go. And this difference here between the harvest and the catch is about 26,000 fish. So those are the fish that are subjected to catch and release. So knowing what happens to those fish is important for management for the department. So I'll explain the objectives of the study real briefly so you'll know what we were trying to get at here. So our primary objective was to estimate short-term mortality rate for king salmon caught and released in the lower Nushagak River. This is a 5-day mortality estimate. Beyond 5 days, it's assumed that if a fish dies, it is more to do with external factors than with a catch and release event. We also chose 5 days because that was what was done in previous studies and would make this study most comparable. So for those two reasons, that's why 5 days were chosen. We also have some secondary objectives. We wanted to estimate the effects of other biological and sport fish-related variables. We also wanted to get a length and sex composition of salmon caught in the river. And then, as with all studies, we examined all fish for previously applied marks, both from our studies and any other studies. So diving into project design a bit here, I mentioned briefly earlier that we were aiming to replicate the sport fishery here. We used logbook data, creel data, harvest survey data, and then information from our own personal experience, the area managers from being on the river to design this study. That's how we chose our study area, the types of tackle, the combinations of angling methods and gear. That was all gathered through logbook, creel, and our own personal information from being out there. So we did our best to replicate the sport fishery, and we aimed to apply 174 tags per year for 2 years, tracking 5-day survival and tracking movement with GPS. We were also recording all our selected secondary variables, such as hooking location, fish condition, section of the river, etc. So the methods used for this study, we used radio tags that had a 90-day battery life, and they have a 4-hour mortality signal. That means if a fish or the tag is stationary for 4 hours, it will signal as a mortality. We used data loggers and receivers in 3 different ways. We ran aerial surveys over the river 7 days a week throughout the entirety of the study for both years. We also placed fixed station receivers below and above the study area to track any fish that moved beyond the study area or fell out of the study area below. And we also used boat surveys periodically throughout the study to ground truth our aerial surveys and locate some fish as well. We had a 4-person crew in 2017, and we upped that to a 6-person crew with the help of some interns from BBNA in 2018. We had our crew on the river doing what I like to call guide and guide camp emulation. Whatever methods the guide camps were using or the methods that we were using, we did our best to completely and totally emulate the sport fishery in almost every way possible, except for the application of tags. So now we'll get into the meat of things, the results. That's what everybody wants to know. So in the 2017 study year, it was a tough fishing season for everybody. The guides were having a tough time as well. So we only managed to get 109 tags deployed. Crew worked as hard as they could, and they did their best, but we got 109 put out. Of those 109 tags, 8 of them were mortalities, 7 of which were tracked and counted as mortalities within the 5-day mortality window, 1 of which was counted as a mortality at the boat, whereas the crew made the call on the river that this fish was not going to survive the encounter, and so they marked it as mortality at the boat without applying a tag. So in 2018, we had 209 tags deployed, so we made up some ground, increased our sample size. Of the 209 tags deployed, we had 13 total mortalities. 8 of those mortalities happened within the 5-day tracking window, and 4 of those mortalities occurred at the side of the boat. We also had one mortality, one fish that was counted as a mortality because it slid below the lower fixed station and did not progress upriver beyond that, and it was counted as a mortality as well. So now just talk briefly about the management implications of this information. So here you can see a table with pooled data from 2017 and 2018, and I've circled here the 5-day survival estimate. So our overall survival estimate is 93.4%, or conversely, we have a mortality percentage of 6.6%. So if you do the math on this and you take an annual or a recent 5-year average of fish caught and released, you would estimate about 1,553 fish lost to catch and release mortality in what would be an average year. Now, this number obviously will go up or down depending on the run strength and the effort level, but this is just kind of a rough average of what we would expect. So use as a management tool as well. So catch and release has been implemented as a management tool via EO authority in the years 2010, 2019, and 2022. And in a subsequent report, I will go further in depth about management actions taken on king salmon and the Nushagak, so I will leave this somewhat brief for this discussion. So now that we know what the effects are, I'd like to just take a minute to look at some interesting information we found at the end of the study. This doesn't show up fantastic on the screen that's up there, but if you can squint a little, hopefully you can see. Post-season in 2017, the department flew several spawning surveys to confirm numbers and ground truth what was seen at the sonar. During those flights, it was deemed prudent to put the tracking equipment in the helicopter and fly those flights just to see if we could find any of our tagged fish in the spawning grounds. Sure enough, we did, and on the map here, you can see those fish. These flights were flown on August 8th and August 11th. So these fish are on average more than a month post-tagging. You can see quite a few fish on the east side in Stuyahawk and Cockatoolie rivers, and fish over on the west side in the King Salmon River on the spawning grounds. So, these fish made it to the spawning grounds and survived through the catch and release event to get to where they were going. So taking these fish here, I'd like to just show you the level of specificity we have for every fish tagged in this study. So here at the very top of the map, you'll see I've circled a fish. That's fish 763A16. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at that fish in particular. So fish 763A16 traveled about 140 miles from the point where it was tagged to the point where it was found on the spawning grounds. These are all the things we know about this fish, and we know similar things about every single fish tagged and tracked in this project. So fish 763A16 was a male. It was 560 millimeters in length. It was caught down trolling on an unbaited spinning glow. It was landed in about 3.5 minutes, and we took about 4.5 minutes handling it to apply the tag. It was hooked in the upper jaw. It had no bleeding, some stress, and some slime loss upon release. So for every fish tagged and tracked during the study, we have this information. Now we can also track it up the river. So you'll see here this fish was tagged near Portage Creek by somewhat close to the sonar on June 21st. Then you'll see it start to progress up the river. So here's where we saw it on the 23rd with aerial surveys. Here's where we saw it on the 26th. It keeps on moving right on up. There it was on June 27th. Backtracked a little bit from the 27th to 28th, and then made a bunch of progress from the 28th through the 2nd and the 3rd. On the 3rd of July was the last time I saw this fish during the study. So we lost track of that fish after the 3rd of July. Next time that fish was seen was August 8th on the spawning grounds. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our crew, Stephen Warda, our crew leader, who kept everyone in line out in the field, as well as James Bryant, Craig Hammond, Kristen Flowers, Stephen Licavoli, and Ryan Leeton, who all contributed to capturing fish for this project. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter, and then Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report. This is real informative, real helpful. These charts that you provided are really informative. I get a couple questions, but one question is, on the Nushagak River, what do you consider the intertidal area? How far up the river does it go? I was out at the sonar this summer, and it seemed to me that that was still tidally affected. How much farther above the sonar would you say that's at?
Yeah, through the chair. The tidal area is a little bit above the sonar. It actually goes above the forks a little bit as well. Not very far, though. Once you're at the sonar, you're almost at the extreme end of the tidal area, so maybe just another 2-3 miles max upriver from the sonar.
Follow up. And then my second question is, in the lower part of the river that is intertidal, did you find during your study that the mortality rate was higher than above the intertidal areas?
Yeah, through the chair. We did compare all 3 sublocations to see if there was an effect from one location to the other, if there was any difference in mortality, and we did not find a difference in mortality between the 3 sublocations, no.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What I'm having difficulty getting my arms around is your slides 10 and 11 show you how you went about calculating the mortality rate based on a percentage basis, it was 6.6 or thereabouts. Why would that change depending upon those 2 factors you stated, that if the harvest efforts were greater or the escapement was higher? Why would that impact the percentage figure? I would think it would remain stable.
Through the chair, yeah, so I think what I was, it wouldn't be the percentage that would change, it would just be the number of fish, yeah, so more effort, more fish through the same percentage.
Makes
yeah.
total sense. Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, mortality is measured by what we have in the tagging is important, but there's also another body of scientific thought that's going into spawning efficiency of catch and release salmon, especially near their natal streams. And I have seen some data that's been published by some other scientific outfits on the net. And I was just wondering if you guys are doing any peer review on some of those studies which paint a little bit less of a rosy picture about the spawning efficiency of salmon that are caught and released up there.
Through the chair. Yeah, so in this study, we definitely did not analyze, or we did not want to make any conclusions about spawning success. Obviously, we weren't able to be up there on the spawning grounds and see if these fish were spawning successfully. So that also is not something that we got at during this study. However, like you said, I do believe some work going on, but I don't know if we are involved in that. So I'll hesitate to answer that portion of that question for right now.
Thank you very much.
Couple quick questions for you. On slide 9, and perhaps you stated it somewhere and I missed it, what was sort of the seasonal study length? So you mentioned you flew aerial surveys 7 days a week, et cetera, throughout that portion of time, but how long was that? Was it a week? Was it 3 months?
Madam Chair, we did this study through the entirety of the king salmon season. So we started tagging in mid-June and tagged all the way through July. The final flights were about a week after the last tag was applied was when the final flight. Obviously, we were just trying to track them for 5 days post-tagging, but I did fly additional flights for about 2 extra days, both of those years, just to make sure that we captured all tags with our tracking equipment. So, so tagging started occurring mid-June all the way through July. Flights would have started essentially a day or two after the first tag was applied and would have went all the way through 7 days post the last tag being applied.
Got it, thank you. And then my next question is on slide 11, where you have that 1,500 fish, roughly. Is that Nushagak and Naknek, or is that Nushagak only?
Madam Chair, this is just specific to Nushagak.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you so much for your presentation.
So, Madam Chair, so I don't forget, because I forget a lot of things nowadays. In the previous presentation, you asked a question about statewide harvest survey respondents, and Tom just handed me a table. So over the past 15 years, the number of respondents ranged from 32% to 46%.
Thank you, appreciate that information, Mr. Retz. Any other questions? All right, I think we will go ahead and move into our lunch break. At this time, it looks like it's just about 11:45. Let's reconvene here at 1:30, and we'll get into sort of the next section of staff reports with respect to management of Nushagak River king salmon. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just shortly after things settle down here at lunch break, I'm going to have a brief talk for anyone who may not be familiar with the board process about what's going to take place at the rest of this meeting and how you can maximize your presentation. So anyone who wants to stick around for that, we'll probably start that in about 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. Okay, welcome back. Good afternoon, everybody. The time is 1:33 PM. We are back on the record. We are still in the staff reports portion of our agenda. And we left off with management of the Nushagak River king salmon. For board members, it's tab 9 and RC3, I think, but I'll let them confirm that. And whenever you're ready to go, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jordan Head, and I'm the Bristol Bay Area Research Biologist for the Commercial Fisheries Division. I have with me Tim Sands, the Nushagak and Togiak District Manager for Commercial Fisheries, as well as Lee Borden, the Bristol Bay Area Sportfish Manager. Today we'll be speaking with you about the management and assessment of Nushagak River king salmon. This can be found in your board packets in RC3 tab 9. In this presentation, I will be providing you with an overview of the assessment program surrounding Nushagak king salmon, its history, its current structure, and the shortcomings and uncertainty surrounding it. Tim will then discuss the commercial fisheries management over the last 4 years in regards to king salmon runs, followed by Lee on sport fishing actions over the last period of time. This presentation was prepared this year due to the large amount of proposals that deal with the management of king salmon in the Nushagak River. Proposals address the Nushagak King Plan, sport fishing closures, reporting of king salmon harvest, and also the Nushagak King Stock of Concern Action Plan. Before we get too far into this presentation, we'd like to take a second and orient you to the Nushagak District as a whole and the rivers and fish that are there. As we move into the Nushagak District, we can see that there are 5 rivers that feed into the district. They are the Igushuk, Wood, and Nushagak rivers. These 3 rivers produce the majority of salmon within the Nushagak District. But additionally, there is the Snake and Weary rivers, but they are not major salmon producers. The Igushuk and Wood rivers are much like other major river systems within Bristol Bay. They consist of relatively short, clear rivers that originate at a lake or system of lakes. Systems such as these are relatively easy to assess salmon populations in, since they are clear water systems. By placing a tower below the lake, we can visibly count the salmon as they migrate up and into the lake. The Nushagak River is very different from other rivers within Bristol Bay. The Nushagak River has a drainage area of 13,500 square miles, which is larger than the state of Maryland. It supports major runs of all 5 species of Pacific salmon and has the largest runs of chum, coho, pink, and king salmon in all of Bristol Bay. The Nushagak River is made up of 3 major systems. First, the Tikchik Lakes. This is thought to be the major sockeye salmon producing system within the Nushagak River. The second is the main stem Nushagak and its tributaries, which king salmon are known to spawn throughout. And finally, the Mulchatna River and its tributaries, which are also major king salmon producers. Throughout all of the Nushagak drainage, we find relatively clear rivers that assessment projects, whether it be weirs, towers, or aerial surveys, can be effectively run. However, the lower Nushagak River, where we need to run projects for timely management information, is rather silty with low visibility. With this large and complex river system, assessing salmon populations has been challenging in the Nushagak River, but king salmon have proven to be especially challenging to estimate. From the mid-60s to the late 70s, the department generated escapement estimates of Nushagak River king salmon with aerial survey and towers located throughout the drainage. In 1979, the department added a Bendix side-scanning sonar to assess sockeye salmon on the lower Nushagak River near Portage Creek. The department acknowledged the potential of the sonar project to estimate king salmon abundance, but decided to continue the aerial survey program until they were confident that the project was doing an adequate job of enumerating king salmon. So throughout much of the 1980s, the assessment program on the Nushagak looked like this. By 1990, the department believed the sonar project was providing reliable in-season and total estimates of escapement for king salmon, and subsequently, the aerial survey and tower program was disbanded, and king salmon were assessed singularly by Bendix sonar. With an assessment program only relying on a single sonar project, it's important to understand both how it operates as well as its limitations. To do this, we first need to understand how the project operates. Here we have an aerial view of the Nushagak sonar site. In this image, the flow of the river is moving from right to left across the screen. The river at the sonar site is approximately 300 meters wide, or roughly 1,000 feet. The sonar project has two main components. First is the sonar itself. There are two sonar units on the Nushagak River. The first has about 50 meters of coverage on the right bank, and the second has about 30 meters of coverage on the left bank. These sonar units are recording videos each hour of the day that look like this. In this video, you can see light blue targets swimming upstream. Each of these targets is a fish that is swimming up the river. We count these videos to come up with the total number of fish that are migrating upriver each day. However, from these images, we cannot tell what species of fish are swimming upriver, which leads us to the second component of this project. In order to get a count of each species, we operate a test fishery. Our test fishery on the Nushagak is located just downstream of each sonar unit. The test fishery allows us to determine the composition of species in the river. We operate this test fishery for roughly 12 hours per day, and we use the catch per unit effort information to apportion the sonar counts we saw earlier. So for example, if we count 1,000 fish in the day, and the catches in the test fishery were 80% sockeye and 20% king salmon for the day, we can assume of those 1,000 fish, about 800 of them were sockeye and 200 of them were kings. Obviously, it's a little more complex than this, but that gets the general idea across. This method works fairly well, but it's prone to error, particularly when one species dramatically outnumbers another, like we've seen over the last several years with very high sockeye salmon runs and very low king salmon runs. It can bias the king salmon numbers even lower. This happens because the test fishing nets get saturated with sockeye salmon very quickly, and you cannot get an accurate representation of the lesser abundant species. For example, if there's 50,000 sockeye salmon swimming up the river, and we put our 10-fathom test net into the water, it quickly fills up with sockeye, sometimes within the first 30 seconds. And then king salmon and other lesser abundant species can see the fish struggling in the net and end up avoiding the net altogether. We typically refer to this as net saturation. In addition to the apportionment program, there's another large source of uncertainty in the king salmon estimates at the sonar site, and that is the area not covered by the sonar array. On the Nushagak River, there's an area of about 220 meters wide that is not covered by the sonar. We call this the uninsonified area. It is fully understood that with this large of an uninsonified area that we are not counting all of the king salmon at the sonar site, but rather getting an index of abundance. Indices of abundance are fairly common in fisheries management and can be a very good tool. And we've long understood that the king salmon count on the Nushagak is in fact an index. With any project that's an index of abundance, the consistency of that index determines the value of the estimate. For example, if we know that a project counts approximately 50% of the fish each and every year, then it can be reliably used for management with a high degree of certainty. However, if the proportion of fish indexed changes from year to year, then the index is unreliable and challenging to use for management. Knowing this, from 2011 to 2014, the department set out to investigate the king index. The key questions we set out to answer were, what proportion of the king run are we counting on an annual basis, and is the missed component of the run consistent from year to year? To investigate this, the department tagged king salmon with hydroacoustic tags and then tracked the king salmon as they moved past the sonar. Over the course of 4 years, the department was able to tag around 1,000 king salmon and record how they swam through the river at the sonar site. So for example, some fish migrated up the banks and swam through both the test fishing area and the sonar, and they were available to be counted. However, others migrated through the middle of the river where they were unavailable to be captured in the test fishery or counted in the sonar. We were able to look at the migration patterns from all of these tags and put together what I would describe as a heat map. What you're looking at here is the most common migration corridors during the 2011 season. Areas of blue are less frequently traveled areas, moving up to yellow, then orange, and eventually red for the most commonly used paths. When we look at this, we can start to see a pattern develop, where there are distinct migration corridors, and in 2011, these corridors were captured by the sonar. We also saw fish moving through the center of the river, which we would expect as well. But in 2011, we were able to determine that of all the kings that migrated upriver, 63% of them swam through the sonar beam and were available to be counted. However, when we look at another year from this study, we can see a distinct shift. As we can see in this map of 2014, the corridor has shifted further offshore and there is no longer passing through the sonar beam. As a result, in 2014, we indexed a much smaller percentage of the king migration, with only 43% of king salmon swimming through the sonar beam and available to be counted. We believe there's several environmental and biological reasons for this shift offshore. We found that when sockeye salmon were very dense, king salmon tend to push offshore to less congested waters. Additionally, we found that when water temperatures were higher, king salmon tended to push offshore to deeper, cooler water. But overall, we did determine that the index is not consistent from year to year. So what does this mean in terms of managing this fishery and the reliability of the sonar project? Let's look at a couple hypothetical years and see if we can highlight the issue. Let's say in year 1, it's very similar to 2014. We'll say we counted 45,000 fish at the sonar site and missed the 55,000 escapement goal by 10,000 fish. But like 2014, that count only represents 43% of the king run, which would mean the true number of kings in the river was closer to 105,000. Now let's say the following year it's more like 2011, but this year we'll say we met the escapement goal and counted 65,000 kings. But in this year, that count represents 63% of the total king run, and that would mean that the true number of fish in the river that year was closer to 104,000. So in these examples, we have a year where we met the goal and a year we missed the goal, but both years had the same number of fish in the river. This is the challenge that managers have when trying to use the sonar king count when managing. Understanding there's a high level of variability in the percentage of the king run that's being enumerated, managers often have to rely on other sources of information to contextualize the sonar count on an annual basis. Let's take another quick look at the Nushagak District and highlight some of these additional sources of information. On this map, we can see the commercial fishing district in green and also the sonar project located in the lower river. While subsistence fishing takes place throughout the Nushagak watershed and bay, the majority of subsistence king harvest takes place in an area surrounding Dillingham, from this area known as Dillingham Beaches up to Lewis Point. It takes king salmon approximately 36 hours to travel from the Dillingham Beaches to the sonar site. There are many subsistence users who regularly call the Dillingham office to give us their catch reports from the Dillingham Beach area. Additionally, department staff often drive the beaches while subsistence nets are being picked to get an idea of king salmon abundance. This provides a valuable cross-check to the sonar numbers. If the sonar is properly assessing king abundance, when we see an increase in king catches in the subsistence fishery, we should see a corresponding bump in the sonar numbers about 36 hours later. However, when we do not see this bump in the sonar, we understand that a higher proportion of the king run may be passing the sonar undetected. Additionally, if we zoom in closer to the sonar, a very large portion of the king salmon sport fishery takes place in the area surrounding the sonar, seen here in blue. Reports from the sport fishery surrounding the sonar can be a valuable cross-check of sonar performance. The sonar count should be a close correlation with the sport fish success in the area, and when it is not, it points towards problems with the sonar. Currently, reporting from both of these areas is done on a voluntary basis, and it's incredibly helpful in the management of the fishery. Before I pass things off to Tim and Lee, let's quickly review what we've gone over. First, we know that the king count at the sonar is a relatively unreliable index of abundance. We understand that water temperature has an impact on the percentage of the king run we assess. And there are also other factors that influence the sonar king index, mainly the amount of sockeye migrating upstream, High volumes of sockeye can cause net saturation in the test fish program, which bias the king counts low. Additionally, high volume of sockeye pushes kings offshore, therefore decreasing the percentage of the king run being counted. Finally, managers have increasingly had to rely on anecdotal information from sport and subsistence fisheries in an attempt to understand the uncertainties surrounding the sonar count in their management decisions. With that being said, I will hand it over to Tim to discuss the management of the commercial fishery.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Sands. Jordan has explained how the sonar works and some of its challenges and limitations. I'm here to talk about management of the Nushagak District commercial salmon fishery. Commercial fishing began in 1884 in Bristol Bay, which is now world-renowned for its sockeye salmon fishery. We strive to manage this fishery for sustainability and economic benefit. At the same time, we can't forsake other species and users, so it is important to achieve all goals. The struggle is finding a balance between these somewhat conflicting goals when we have huge sockeye runs and poor late king salmon runs. I want to start with an overview of the recent past and then go into more specific detail for a few years. I'm trying to give you a picture of the complications of achieving multiple goals that can at times be conflicting. My goal is to highlight some of the challenges and intricacies of managing escapement goals for multiple species in a mixed stock system and steps we have taken to provide king salmon escapement. Let's begin by taking a look at the average king index, sockeye escapements, and harvests from 1997 to 2016, before the recent surge in sockeye salmon and decline in king salmon numbers. Compare these averages to the numbers above them to understand the magnitude of difference in run size we have had over the last 6 years. 2015 and 2016 had strong king returns with indices that are close to the 1997-2016 average. There were no directed king salmon fisheries during these 2 years and no delay in opening the sockeye fishery for king conservation. Very straightforward years. These are the parent years for 2019 to 2022 king and sockeye salmon. 2017 had a record sockeye return, but a king salmon index that came in well below average. It is possible that Nushagak king salmon sonar enumeration could have been confounded by the magnitude of the sockeye salmon abundance, as was alluded to earlier. Because if we look at the king salmon harvest, 2017 seems much closer to an average king salmon year than the sonar king salmon index indicates. We will circle back and take a closer look at 2017 shortly. 2018 had a solid king return with a record sockeye return as well. Even with a record high sockeye harvest and sockeye escapement that exceeded the goal, the king harvest was only slightly below average. I think this shows that if king salmon are there, they can make it through the sockeye salmon fishery into the river. 2019 to 2022 had Nushagak king indices that came in drastically below average. We discussed the limitations with the sonar project enumerating kings, especially in years with well above average sockeye returns. But if we consider the corresponding commercial harvest, there certainly seems to be low king salmon numbers in recent years. The strong king salmon parent years of 2015 and 2016 did not seem to produce strong returns we expected to see. The last 6 years have seen sockeye salmon returns averaging close to 3 times as large as the previous 20-year average. Statewide, king salmon populations have declined approximately 30% over the last decade. A less productive regime for king salmon could be exacerbating our problems here. The large sockeye salmon returns of the last 6 years have meant that Wood River 100,000 trigger is being achieved earlier than ever, forcing management to find a balance between king and sockeye salmon escapements. Small king returns in recent years compound this issue. Just a couple caveats about the reported king salmon harvest.
Aside from enumeration difficulties, we understand that king harvest in the commercial fishery is somewhat underreported on fish tickets, which is where we get the commercial harvest data. We don't know what the difference is in king salmon catch between set and drift gill nets either, due to the difference in reporting rate by gear type. However, one way for us to look for any disparity in reporting is to examine the processor production reports for each season. We have been receiving production data from the commercial processors for the last 2 years. This data has been extremely helpful for us to begin to understand the difference between what was reported on fish tickets versus what was actually received and processed by the processor. Even with a possible underestimation of annual harvest and the limitations with sonar king enumeration, if we allowed every king salmon to escape in 2021 and 2022, we likely would not have reached the 95,000 in-river goal, and in fact, the total run was probably less than 95,000. However, these are management concerns, not sustainability concerns. I would like to briefly go over some of the current regulations concerning the Nushagak King Salmon Management Plan. I will discuss the regulations that trigger specific and defined actions. Keep in mind that these are not all the regulations. B1 directs the department to manage for an in-river goal of 95,000 kings. If we are projecting above 95,000, we have the option to open a directed king salmon commercial fishery. Our last directed king salmon opening was in 2014. D1 states that if we project below 95,000 king salmon escapement, we must restrict commercial mesh size to 5.5 inches or smaller. Currently, most fishermen already use nets with mesh smaller than that, so this has become a relatively performative action. E1 speaks to projecting below 55,000 king escapement. If we are projecting below 55,000 king salmon escapement, this directs the department to project 100,000 sockeye salmon escapement in the Wood River before opening the commercial district. In practice, if we are projecting below 95,000 king salmon, we have been waiting for 100,000 or more sockeye salmon to actually pass the Wood River Tower before opening the commercial district. Finally, if we are projecting below 55,000 king salmon escapement, sport fishery closures and then subsistence restrictions may be enacted. Now that we are more familiar with the regulations, we should take another look at the district and discuss some nuances about it. In this map, we can see the commercial fishing district in green, the Wood River Tower, and then the Nushagak Sonar Project. It is important to note that there is a large distance between the commercial fishing district and the enumeration projects. It takes fish anywhere from 24 to 48 hours to move from the commercial district to the sonar. It also takes fish about 18 to 24 hours to get from the district up to the Wood River Tower. We refer to this as the lag time. When managing the fishery, we have to be cognizant about the number of fish past the district that have not yet made it to the enumeration projects. In addition, we must consider what volume of fish is moving into and through the district tide by tide. So when we discuss what has made it through the fishery before we start fishing, we can not only consider the number of fish past the enumeration project, we also have to consider the fish that are in the area represented in blue. The fish between the northern boundary of the district and the enumeration projects. When we add in these fish to the escapement counts at the time of the district opener, we refer to this as the escapement with the lag. This is where the balancing act comes in. How many sockeye do we actually pass through the fishery in an effort to provide for king salmon escapement? Let's look at a couple of years in more detail. On June 22nd in 2017, we released a noon announcement to open the set gill net fishery at 10:30 p.m. and the drift gill net fishery at 12:30 a.m. This decision was based on an increase in subsistence harvest of all species, and since we knew that kings were being caught in subsistence nets, we expected to see an increase in the sonar count for kings. We also considered the Wood River sockeye salmon escapement of 113,000 at 6 a.m., which jumped to 158,000 by midnight, well above the 100,000 sockeye threshold. What we didn't know at the time was how much fish was above the district but below the enumeration projects. Those numbers came in later, and you can see the totals here, the escapement with the lag. Between the Wood and the Nushagak rivers, we passed an estimated 1.1 million sockeye salmon through the fishery prior to the season opener. The harvest from June 22nd opener was 477,000 sockeye and 3,200 king salmon. In 2021, we had another huge sockeye salmon run, surpassing the 2017 run by about 8 million fish. Our first commercial drift opening for the Nushagak was June 24, afternoon. At that point, we had 277,000 sockeye salmon and 7,800 king salmon, which was projecting to a total escapement for king salmon of 24,000 past the sonar. The Wood River sockeye salmon escapement was 110,000. We also had a daily aerial survey information that suggested there were a lot of fish past the district moving up the rivers. If we consider lag time, there were about 200,000 Wood River sockeye salmon between the fishery and the tower. So by waiting until 110,000 sockeye were past the Wood River tower, we let 310,000 Wood River sockeye salmon pass the fishery. In the Nushagak River, there were 830,000 sockeye salmon and 14,700 king salmon past the fishery at the time of the first opening. The 14,700 king salmon projected to a total king salmon escapement of 34,000, which falls well below the 55,000 lower end of the escapement goal range. The harvest for this first opening was 422,000 sockeye salmon and 432 king salmon reported. In 2022, there were 45,000 sockeye salmon past the Wood River Tower by 6 a.m. on June 19. The Nushagak king salmon escapement was sitting at 18,000 and projecting 113,000 for the season. We put the fleet on short notice on June 19. Over the next 3 days, we released 6 updates pushing back the earliest possible opening for the fishery, waiting and collecting information, trying to determine the right moment when we have let as many king salmon escape as possible without letting too many sockeye salmon go by. Finally, at 6 p.m. on June 22, with 147,000 sockeye salmon past the Wood River Tower, we announced an opening for the drift gillnet fleet to begin at 9:30 a.m. on June 23. The set gillnet fleet would start at 8:30 a.m. and the drift gillnet fleet, oh, I messed up there, sorry. I think the drift gillnet fleet started at 9:30 a.m. The resulting 4-hour drift and 6.5-hour set net opening harvested 832,000 sockeye salmon. Our estimated sockeye salmon escapement, including the lag for both rivers, was 1.15 million. In summary, we continually strive to find balance in the management of these stocks. Certainly, we have missed harvest opportunity on sockeye salmon in an effort to protect king salmon, yet more work needs to be done to meet king salmon goals. Record strong and relatively early sockeye salmon returns, along with later run timing on smaller king salmon returns, has complicated management. The total king return since 2017 has been poor despite strong parent year escapement. In 2022, we could have foregone harvest on 22 million sockeye salmon and still failed to meet the 95,000 in-river goal as enumerated at sonar. We want to emphasize that king salmon are a stock of management concern, and while we believe the run is very sustainable, we feel that additional management tools and clear direction are needed for these stocks to successfully coexist and maintain a robust fishery going forward. Okay, that's it for me, and I will turn it over to Mr. Borden.
Okay, thank you, Tim, and thank you, Jordan. Madam Chair, Lee Borden for the record. I'll just run through some sport fishery information and management actions just to wrap this up for us here today. So on the screen now, I've got a map and a table here. So I'm trying to show the catch and harvest and where the catch and harvest is taking place just for context. So here I've underlined Black Point to sonar, where the vast majority of harvest takes place. I've also circled it on the map. It might be hard to see because it's a small circle, and that should emphasize that a majority of the effort and harvest is taking place in a small area in the lower river between Black Point and the Forks. The next area I have circled here is from the sonar to the Mulchatna River. This is the second largest harvest area. It's also a very long area. A majority of the harvest that occurs in the area that I've circled is low river in the forks closer to the Portage Creek. Next, I've circled and underlined Mulchatna River. There's not a whole lot of harvest up in the Mulchatna, and it's a very large area, as you can see from what's circled there. Next, I have the Noyakuk, which is also not very large harvest for king salmon, and that's circled in blue. And then the other Nushagak is summarized there as well, and that's just all other areas that are not circled and or otherwise outlined in the table. So with that, just general orientation to the sport fishery there, I'll walk through some actions that were taken in the 2018 board meeting before jumping into specific management actions taken in the sport fishery after that. Well, 1 year prior to that and then after that. So 5 AAC 06-361, small d 2 and 3 were repealed at the 2018 meeting. These were triggers restricting sport fishing when the run was projecting within the escapement goal but below the in-river goal. These were very specific and prescribed actions, and they were repealed for a number of reasons, one of which being the Portage Creek sonar king salmon enumeration issues that Jordan described earlier. Holding a sport fishery accountable to sonar numbers that we didn't necessarily trust in season was one of the main reasons that this was done at the 2018 board meeting. This was also done to provide managers with flexibility to act based on a wider range of information. Jordan ran you through those other sources of information earlier, particularly sport fishing information from the river and subsistence catches from the Dillingham beaches. So with that, I will walk through some of the recent years where management actions have been taken in the sport fishery. So for 2017, an emergency order was issued on June 21st that went into effect June 23rd. This was a bag and possession limit restriction as well as an annual limit restriction. The time this was issued, there were 2,832 king salmon past the sonar through June 20th. In 2019, we issued an emergency order July 5th that went into effect July 3rd. This was also a bag and possession limit reduction with an annual limit reduction. At the time that this emergency order was issued, there were 32,271 kings past the sonar through June 30th. A subsequent emergency order was issued on July 8th that went into effect July 10th. We continued to monitor the run and decided that another emergency order was prudent here for 2019. This was a prohibition on the retention of king salmon and prohibition on the use of bait. There were 39,829 king salmon past the sonar through July 7th at the time of this emergency order. In 2020, we issued an emergency order on July 8th that went into effect July 10th. This was a bag and possession limit reduction as well as an annual limit reduction. There were 37,994 kings past the sonar through July 7th when this action was taken. In 2021, we issued an emergency order June 24th that went into effect June 27th. This was also a bag and possession limit reduction and an annual limit reduction. At the time of the emergency order, there were 7,814 kings past the sonar through June 23. And this past season in 2022, an emergency order was issued July 5th that went into effect July 7th. This was a bag and possession limit reduction as well as an annual limit reduction. We had 41,250 kings past the sonar through July 4th when this action was taken. We continue to monitor the run. Just one thing to note, 2022, as Tim said earlier, we started out with a very good projection early. So management actions were slightly delayed based on a really good start to the season. We thought we got out to a really good start anyways. So after that first one, we issued an additional emergency order on July 11th that went into effect July 13th. And this was a prohibition on the retention of king salmon as well as a prohibition on the use of bait. We had 42,772 kings past the sonar through July 10th. So you can see that between July 4th and July 10th, there was very little king salmon movement. So in summary, total harvest, and just to explain why I chose 2019, I should have done that earlier slide. I chose 2019 as a representative year because it was pre-COVID, and working on these slides, we didn't quite have all of our 2021 stuff in. We have had that in now, but at the time I was putting this together, that was the best year for me to pick out for you to look at. So you can see in that year was 6,306 fish harvested total. 57% of that harvest was below the sonar and 43% was above the sonar. In 2018, the board gave sport fish managers flexibility to factor in additional information into the count. And we took conservative action in the sport fishery by issuing emergency orders in 5 of the last 6 years. And those ranged from bag and possession and annual limit reductions to non-retention with the use of bait prohibited. And with that, I will take questions, and I assume these two will as well.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I have questions of several of them, but it's hard to distinguish who is who. When the two that address the sports and the commercial phase of the presentation, would it be helpful to you as managers to have a single salmon plan for the Nushagak rather than having a king plan, a Chinook plan, or a coho plan, a sockeye plan? Because it seems to put one facet of the department advocating something different than the other, the kings being perhaps favored over the sockeye, or vice versa. Would it help just to have one plan? It seems common sense to me, rather than trying to have you at that level make decisions as to which one to violate.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Wood, I'll take a crack at that. It would still have to encompass all the different species. So I think having them separate plans is fine, because you still have to have, even if it was one plan, you'd have to have all those combined into that one plan.
Yeah, I agree, we'd have to have all the species involved. What my concern is, and I think we at the board has to be sensitive to it, is that the sockeye economic impact in that region is substantially more so than the kings. And even though we try to protect against that creeping into decision-making, just by human nature, it will. And we need to somehow have the plan. Here is the situation under all the scenarios. If the sockeye run is extremely strong and the kings are extremely weak, here's what the department should be doing, et cetera. And that's just my perspective. It seems a simpler approach. And then I have a question of the other gentleman that gave their presentation first, if I might, Madam Chair. I'm somewhat of a betting man, and if a pollster came to me and said, your marketing approach or your political candidate is going to win by 5% of the vote with a margin of error of anywhere from 37 to 57%, I wouldn't pay that guy very much money. Yet that's all that this does at that sonar site. Member Carpenter and I were out there this summer, and you have some very sophisticated gear. The people are extremely well qualified, but even under the best of circumstances, you're missing by those kind of percentages. And it seems to me what I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the way that you verified that was by doing a tagging of 1,000 fish. I presume that was back in 2011, and watched how they traveled through the system. Each year, would you not have to do the same exercise to establish what the percentage is for that year's run as well, since it changes so dramatically?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Wood, that would be the case if we wanted to know exactly the proportion of kings that the sonar was counting each and every year. Cost prohibits that, for one, and then there's other tools that we've been looking into that could maybe shed some light on, which I'll go over in the next presentation.
I guess I'll wait till the next presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question with regards to slide 25. It states reported commercial king salmon harvest is underestimated based on processor production reports. What kind of numbers are we talking about?
Through the chair. So the reported harvest, I think, was 5,000 in 2022, and we're still looking at that production data. If you want an RC, we can probably put something together on that.
You mentioned 2021 too, so I'll just take those numbers then, if you have those.
Okay, yeah, we can work on an RC for you.
Let me dovetail off that question. Why are they underreported?
So there's, the price of sockeye salmon is $1.15 a pound this year. The price of king salmon for the fishermen is like 25 cents. King salmon, when king salmon there were a lot more big king salmon, they were easier to pull out and separate from the rest of the fish. And you needed to, because they can't pump the big king salmon. So there's various reasons why the fishermen don't sort them at the time of delivery as they're supposed to. And so then with the production numbers, we can go and get the numbers from the processors, and they say how many, because they have to say how many they actually processed. They can't sell a king salmon as a sockeye salmon. So when they do the production, they have the numbers separate. And that's where we just started getting this information in the last couple of years.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, for a variety of reasons, the fishermen may choose not to report correctly.
Yes.
That is unacceptable as far as I'm concerned, as a responsibility, the privilege of the permit. Just to put a little 2 cents on the record there. I have a series of other questions, but I'll let Mr. Carpenter ask his.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a quick question about your postseason aerial surveys that you started up. I'm not sure how many years ago it was, 3 years ago maybe. Do those aerial surveys reflect drastic changes in the final outcome of what the overall king salmon escapement is versus what the sonar says, the correction rate? Or is it really just being used as a tool to see what the king salmon distribution is?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, we started doing aerial surveys again in 2019. In the next presentation, I'll go through exactly what those are being used for, but they're being used as an input into the newly developed run reconstruction model that seeks to estimate king salmon abundance in the Nushagak using more data points than just the sonar. That's the next presentation, but as far as how they're currently being used as well, we are looking at them because the aerial surveys give us a good picture of what actually made it to the spawning grounds. And so those can be used as a cross-check to the sonar as well as an input to the run reconstruction model. So in years like 2019, I believe, I don't have the data right here in front of me, we had a pretty poor king count. However, we had aerial surveys that ranged in like the 50th percentile of historical aerial survey counts, which would lead us to believe that year might have been better than the sonar indicated. So that's one of the things we've been looking at, and the run reconstruction model is a way to combine everything into a better estimate, which we'll go over next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess that was kind of the point of my question was I think it's very clear, at least to me, and I think to many other people on the board, that, you know, the error rate, the way the sonar is situated in the river, that it's a lot higher than it probably should be. And obviously that sonar site was not developed originally to count king salmon. It was made to enumerate sockeye past the sonar. But we have a lot of tough decisions to make here, and obviously the downward trend for king salmon, you know, it has been downward, but I think it would be very interesting to me to know if what the aerial surveys are showing versus what the sonar is showing might not show quite as gloomy a picture, and so any information in regards to that, it would be very helpful to me. Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Just one question about having to do with the separation of fish on board, especially in the Nushagak district where it's such a mishmash. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the processors don't really have any skin in the game as far as separation out of chums or cohos or humpies or kings when they're on the grounds in the Nushagak. In fact, my experience of fishing there was all those delineations happen post, if not post-processing, at least when they come off the tinder and go to the shore plant. So separation of just kings that's not the only separation problem we have out there, is it?
Yeah, through the chair. No, most fish are delivered as mixed fish. Technically, kings and cohos are supposed to be sorted out at the time of delivery. The way the fish ticket program works now, the e-landings program, they do a mixed fish for mixed chum and sockeye, and then the processor can apply a mixed fish percentage, a chum percentage to those deliveries and sort them out after the fact, after they get the production numbers for chum and sockeye, but that's not available for king and coho salmon or pink salmon.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. When I'm looking over the emergency orders issued by year in, I guess, slides 32 and on, some years there was one emergency order and some years it looks like two were implemented. What indications are happening in the fishery to jump in and put in that second emergency order?
Through the chair, yeah, so essentially we just keep on monitoring and keep on seeing how the run is going. Positive indicators in not only the sonar, but at the subsistence beaches as well in the sport fishery can give us some insight into that. So, when we reach a scenario where we've issued an emergency order and we continue to monitor and all indicators are poor, like we're not going to see a strong tail, then that'll usually give us reason to issue that second EO. If we issue the one EO, signs are that, things are staying the way they are or even getting better, then we'll hold off and not issue a second emergency order. So it's just really kind of read and react in the moment.
Follow-up.
Thank you. And in all these years that you've outlined in these slides, was the escapement met for king in any of them?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, and just my last question here on the second emergency orders that were issued, it was retention of king salmon and the use of bait prohibited for all the second emergency orders issued. So is that considered to be the more restrictive management measure for that fishery?
Through the chair, yeah, so that's the most restrictive action that we've taken since 2010. In 2010, the fishery was closed. It was subsequently reopened through emergency order once the run started to shape up a little bit better than initially thought. So closures have happened, and that's certainly something that's within our EO authority.
So let me ask a question in that vein then. So there seems to be kind of a lot of variability of the assessment, prior to and or multiple EOs being issued. So with that, let's take a look at, was it 2017 that was so crazy? What year was that? 2021, I guess I'm looking at. So in 2021, I noticed that EO was issued earlier when you had 7,814 king salmon pass the sonar on June 23rd. And then I'm sort of laying that against the EO that was issued in 2022 on the 11th, where you did take that very restrictive action. Why wasn't a more restrictive action taken in 2021 by EO prohibiting bait or retention or both when you had such a really low sonar count number?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So, it really depends on how the run is shaping up. In 2021, we had a bad start. The early indicators were bad. You can see we only had 7,800 through June 23. That's a really low number. So action was taken early in anticipation of a poor run. Things didn't turn out as bad as we had thought. So that's why an EO and subsequent EO didn't come out after that. But like you said, in 2022, we took later action, much later action, and that was based on the fact that when the commercial fishery opened, we were actually projecting over, we were projecting 130?
96,000 when it opened.
Oh, so when it opened, we were projecting over the in-river goal. We were projecting 96,000. So we held off on emergency orders because the thought at the time was run starting strong and should show up strong. It didn't materialize that way, and so that's why these emergency orders came out, what perceivably would be late. Yep.
Okay, I have a handful of questions, just kind of overall presentation, if you'll bear with me here. So I'm kind of curious as to why the enumeration project site was selected as it was. What was the site selection criteria? I mean, was it just physical, that was a really narrow point in the river? Or why was that area? If I'm looking at your incredibly creative in terms of how you've extrapolated the data, in terms of trying to get this king count. You've got these heat, what do you call them, heat patches or something like that. You're looking at downriver usage and tickets, and you're collecting that information. My question is, why wasn't those sonars or that enumeration project selected a little bit farther downriver? Would that have made a difference, or is it purely just geography?
Yeah, through the chair. So the reason the sonar was put there in the first place was to get more timely management information. Through the aerial survey program, as well as towers on the Noyakuck River, we had a pretty good sockeye assessment program at that point in time. In order to get more timely information to say, make management decisions tide by tide, we needed something much closer to the fishery. When they went about in selecting that site, the lower Nushagak River is, one, very wide, and it's very braided in areas. So there's a very small section of river between where the river forks and a couple miles downriver where you have some braiding, and that's the only place where there's a consistent channel. They did extensive bathymetry through that area and decided on the spot that they chose. Since it was designed as a sockeye project, they mainly focused on the shores, right? Because sockeye, when they migrate upstream, are very bank-oriented. They don't stray out to the middle of the river. So the initial project development was thought of as a sockeye project. Kings were kind of counted as what's not a sockeye at first, and then we started becoming reliant on that count and started using it for management. In the project I showed you, we have about 220 meters in the middle that's uninsonified. At the current location, it would be very difficult to insonify the remainder of the river. But we have been looking into ways to get more coverage. Immediately upstream of the current site, there is a site where the bathymetry would allow us to potentially insonify a lot more of the river. However, there's also issues with that site. It's directly below the forks, and we know that fish mill below the forks and go back and forth as they choose which fork of the river they're going to migrate up. So it's not an extremely good river for sonar, and I think they did the best they could to try and assess sockeye at the time.
Is there sonar technology that exists that you could place in that area that might be better applied for king counting versus sockeye?
Through the chair, yes. There's many sonar projects throughout the state, for instance, on the Yukon and Kuskokwim, which insonify the majority of rivers that are about the same size as the Nushagak. And we've been looking into potentially doing that. The problem is it would not be conducive at our current site, so we would have to operate them side by side, and that would be a very large cost, and that's what's prohibiting something like that at this point.
Well, a word on that, I guess. I looked at pictures that were shared with us earlier today of onboard genetics laboratories that are paid for by third parties, and it seems to me that given some of the concerns that we were seeing with kings and what types of impacts those low numbers of kings and the high variability and the inaccuracy of their counting might be something that's worthy of their attention for some funding. Okay, another question that I had. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, I think you're going to be hearing a presentation from the staff about the research things that we're going to be putting in place over the next several years, which may answer some of those questions.
Cool. On slide 26, you laid out some of the current regulations. And under 5 AAC 06-361, paragraph E, subparagraph 3, you talk about restriction of a subsistence fishery. Has there ever been any subsistence fishery restrictions?
Madam Chair, yes, I believe, I want to say 2006, we restricted the subsistence fishery, and I can look up and find out other years, but we have definitely restricted the subsistence fishery for king salmon conservation, also for coho salmon conservation in the past.
What's the trigger for that? When do you decide? Because I'm just kind of curious, looking at these really poor returns, what is keeping the subsistence fishery open? What was different in 2006?
We don't close the subsistence fishery unless the sport fishery, we don't restrict the subsistence fishery unless the sport fishery is closed. So they have to close the sport fishery before we restrict the subsistence fishery.
So then, since we have the sport fish guy here too, why wasn't the sport fishery closed if you had such poor or low numbers?
Madam Chair, and you're referring to the years in which subsistence was restricted, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I will have to find an answer for you. That was before my time.
Well,
with the
I guess
department.
actually, I wouldn't be referring to those years because if the sport fishery would have been closed if the subsistence fishery was closed. So I guess I'm looking at some of the more recent years. We saw the EOs that you listed, but I'm just kind of curious, what that relationship is.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So yeah, for the recent years, a lot of the reason was our lack of confidence in the ability of the sonar to put a specific number on king salmon. So, without the ability to fully trust that number, a closure seemed extreme. Jordan has something to add.
Yeah, just for context to the chair. During the season, we're doing projections on a daily basis of what we think the final number of king salmon is going to be. And a lot of times in recent years, that number has been hovering right around the lower bound of the goal. And since we have such a high level of uncertainty, we don't think we have the accuracy in the sonar to be able to say if that was 45,000 kings or 65,000 kings that are going to be projected at the end of the season. And that's where the trouble comes in for these guys to try and close down a fishery based on an assessment project that we know is not reliable, and we have a lot of anecdotal information that a lot of time makes us feel like it's better than it really was. The run was better than what the sonar was indicating, and we had that in, I think, 3 of the years in recent years where we did not meet the goal according to the sonar. We had subsistence catches and sport fish effort information that would say it was slightly better than what that number was saying. And that's the hard part, is to close a fishery based on that information. I think we've been a little reluctant to do that based on our assessment program.
No, fair enough, and I appreciate that. And, it's somewhat, I can only imagine how you guys must feel in season, because it's frustrating for me to sit here and listen to, the challenges that you're facing in terms of the accurate reporting when we're faced with some pretty major decisions that could have some pretty significant impacts on the fishery, on the economics of the fishery. And that's why it's particularly frustrating for me to hear about, I guess, I don't know if it's a lack of cooperation or whatnot, but just the underreporting or the unwillingness to accurately report kings in the fleet. I will pass it over to Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, just one question about the original intent of the sonar. Would it be a mistake to kind of take away from this that the use of this particular system cited where it was probably never intended to be a good king salmon counter, and if you'd have been asked years ago, can we use this to count kings, you might have even said, it's not a good idea?
Through the chair, I think when this project was originally developed, it was developed as a sockeye project. And there's some reports from the early 1980s, mid-1980s, that they didn't trust the king count that came from there. At some point, the department began believing the king count at the sonar project, understanding it was probably an index, but thinking it was consistent from year to year. And like we went over, if an index is consistent, it can be used in management fairly well. Well, we've recently found out the sonar is not very consistent as an index. And that's where the problem ensues. Right now, I would say it's probably not a very great sonar project to base an escapement goal or an assessment program off of, but I believe that they thought it was at the time in the 90s when this stuff was developed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation today. And that brings us to our next presentation, the Nushagak King Salmon Run Reconstruction Model. Not quite sure if all or some are swapping out. Proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Jordan Head, and I'm the Bristol Bay Area Research Biologist for the Commercial Fisheries Division. This presentation can be found in your board packets in RC3, tab 10, and a written report associated with this presentation can be found in your supplemental literature. As we've just heard in the previous presentation, there's a lot of uncertainty in managing the Nushagak King Salmon Run due to the uncertainty in the sonar project. In 2019, the department began work on a run reconstruction model for Nushagak King Salmon with the goal of producing better estimates of escapement and total run that could be used to generate an escapement goal that is not tied to the inconsistent index of abundance that is the sonar project. In this presentation, I will walk you through our current methods and estimates of king salmon total run and escapement, how the current escapement goal was constructed and the uncertainty surrounding it. I will then walk you through the newly developed run reconstruction model, how it differs from current estimates, and present the new king salmon estimates of escapement and total run. Finally, we will discuss further work that needs to occur in our plans moving forward. As we explained in the previous presentation, in order to understand both how this run reconstruction model works and why a king salmon run reconstruction model is required on the Nushagak River, we need to further discuss the history of the assessment program. But seeing as we just had a lengthy presentation on that, we will be brief but there are some important things to focus on in the history of the program. Over time, there were several different eras of assessment which resulted in different methods of generating total run and escapement estimates from the data at hand. It is also important to note that these eras are not directly comparable to one another. First, we had a time period where total run and escapement was estimated based on aerial surveys. The department then started assessing king salmon via Bendix sonar starting in around 1990. When Bendix sonar became outdated, the department changed to Sound Metrics Ditson sonar in the early 2000s. At this point, there were 3 different eras of estimates in the historical data set that are not comparable to one another because of the different methodologies. So in 2012, in order to rectify this issue, the department undertook a conversion study in an attempt to get the entire historical data set into one common currency. The department did this by converting aerial survey and Bendix numbers into Ditson equivalents. Now the department was left with a series of in-river run estimates at Portage Creek sonar that were all in the same currency, those being Ditson equivalent numbers. However, it is important to note that these sonar counts and Ditson equivalents neither represent the escapement count or the total run count. So let's take a second and show how the department went about using the sonar numbers to estimate total run and escapement. Since we have an estimate of how many fish are passing the sonar site, in order to estimate total run, or the total number of king salmon that are returning to the Nushagak in a given year, we needed to understand how many fish are being caught below the sonar site. We had these numbers available from fish tickets in the commercial fishery and from sport and subsistence harvest surveys. So to get total run, you can simply add harvest below the sonar with the sonar count to get your total run estimate. Similarly, to estimate escapement, you need to know how many fish are harvested above the sonar. We had this information available from sport and subsistence harvest surveys, and it was assumed that escapement is the sonar count minus everything that was harvested upstream of the sonar. After this was done for each year, the department was left with a time series of total run and escapement estimates for Nushagak Kings. This data set and methodology for producing it is commonly referred to as the Buck et al. Method or the Bendix-Ditson conversion data set. This data set was then used in the spawner recruit analysis to generate the current escapement goal of 55 to 120,000 king salmon. This method of generating total run and escapement is still being used by the department today, but there's some large sources of uncertainty in this methodology we need to discuss. If we look back at this diagram, we can see that the foundation of this methodology is the sonar count. So if there's uncertainty in the sonar count, then it calls this entire methodology into question. So let's discuss that. We've just seen that the current escapement goal is completely dependent on the reliability of the sonar. We've also seen that it assumes that the sonar count is a census, meaning it's a full count of all king salmon migrating up the river. Well, as we saw in the previous presentation, we know that the sonar count is an index and not a census. And we've also recently discovered that the index is not consistent from year to year. In addition, the historical data set is made up of several different methodologies that have been converted into Ditson equivalents, which introduces a lot of error into the escapement goal. The main takeaway here is our current escapement goal is built on a data set with a high level of uncertainty. And recent studies have shown us that the sonar count is not a reliable project for assessing king salmon. And therefore, the historical estimates of escapement, total run, and the escapement goal generated from them also have a high level of uncertainty. In 2018, upon recognizing all these issues with the current escapement goal and assessment program, the department began to develop a run reconstruction model that could combine all available data sources to produce estimates of total run and escapement. Because we are not able to count all the king salmon that return to the Nushagak River at this time, estimates of annual abundance and escapement are being made using a maximum likelihood model. The specific maximum likelihood model being used here is an adaptation from Shotwell and Atkinson's model that was developed for data-limited situations that arise in fisheries. Over the past 10 years, the department has developed similar models for stocks such as Kuskokwim River king salmon, Yukon River chum salmon, and Susitna king salmon. This model combines information about subsistence harvest, commercial catch, sport harvest, estimates of in-river abundance, those being the tagging projects that have been operated, index counts at Portage Creek sonar from both Bendix and Ditson, and peak aerial survey counts from 7 index areas that are spread throughout the Nushagak River. This is a separation from the previous approach that tried to get all data into a common currency. This approach allows us to use each data source as it was collected as an index of total abundance. And since we know that some of the data points are more informative than others, the model provides an approach to combine and weight all available information about Nushagak River king salmon abundance to arrive at more defensible estimates of total run and escapement. Estimates produced by this model represent the most likely run size given all the observed data. Before we look at the model, let's quickly look at how the model works. Before we look at results, let's quickly look at how this model works. If we take a look at this model diagram, it looks a little bit complicated, but we'll take a second and break it down. We can see that there are black outlined areas as well as dashed outlined areas. Areas in black represent data, available data, and areas that are dashed represent areas that are estimated by the model. But let's first take a look at the available data this model's using. First, we have harvest. We have split up harvest by commercial, sport, and subsistence harvest that occurs below the sonar site, as well as sport and subsistence harvest that takes place above the sonar site. Some of these data sources are relatively reliable, but we just heard about commercial fish ticket data and the reliability of that. But sport and subsistence harvest surveys seem to be very reliable. We have data available from these sources for all years being reconstructed. Next, we have in-river run size estimates. These are data sources that estimated the total number of kings that are in the river in the years of the studies. There are two data sets in this category. First is the acoustic tag study from 2011 to 2014, and secondly is a second mark recapture that estimated run size from 2014 to 2016. Next, we have in-river run size indices. These are the indexes of in-river run size from the Bendix sonar from 1982 to 2004, and Ditson sonar from 2002 to present. Finally, we have tributary escapement information. These data sets index what actually made it to the spawning grounds. This data set consists of 7 aerial surveys done throughout the drainage that were operated in the 70s, 80s, and from 2019 to present, as well as data from the Nuyakuk Tower, which operated from the 1950s through 1990 and a handful of years since then. So this represents all the data that the model is using. In order to generate estimates of the total number of fish in the river annually, the model uses both the in-river run estimates and the sonar indices. It then uses these in-river run estimates that it has modeled in combination with harvest information to estimate total run, and finally uses in-river run size estimates, upriver harvest, and tributary escapement information to estimate escapement. The model uses all data from all years to estimate a time series of total run and escapement estimates. Now let's take a look at how these compare to our previous. In this figure, we have total run comparisons between this new likelihood model in black and the Buck et al. Methodology currently being used in gray. This is the first Nushagak king salmon run reconstruction model that incorporates all existing historical escapement and in-river run size surveys under a single reconstruction framework. The model estimated total run appears to be reasonable and tracked well with the previous estimates produced by Buck et al. Method. The main difference, though, is that the Buck et al. Method occurred prior to the acoustic tag and mark recapture studies, and thus assumed sonar accounts were accurate. This modeling approach does not make that assumption, but rather uses all available data to estimate total run. Thus, predictably, total run and escapement estimated by the model were larger than those produced by Buck et al. With an average percent difference of 25%. Likewise, in this figure comparing escapement estimates, it showed similar results. Since the model is able to draw on additional data, mainly aerial survey and other tributary assessment, to determine escapement, the escapements generated by the model were on average larger than those produced by the Buck et al. Method by 43%. So what does all this mean? First of all, the current escapement goal is constructed from a data set that made a lot of assumptions. Mainly that the sonar king count was accurate, and that it was a full count and not an index, which we know were poor assumptions. Secondly, the current methodology for generating estimates does not account for error in multiple ways. It does not account for error associated with the current sonar index, and it also does not account for error in the converting of one data set into another. So we understand that the uncertainty surrounding the historical data causes our uncertainty surrounding the escapement goal. But in addition, the sonar project, which is used to measure the success of management to meet the escapement goal, has been shown to be unreliable. Finally, we've constructed a run reconstruction that allows us to combine and weight all available information about Nushagak River king salmon abundance to arrive at more defensible estimates of total run size and escapement. Estimates produced by this model represent the most likely run sizes given all the observed data. And while we do believe this is the best approach going forward, this does not mean we now have a perfect historical record or a perfect way to assess Nushagak kings. There are still several challenges associated with this model, as well as the results from this data set. The first major deficiency is the absence of overlapping long-term escapement and run monitoring data. Maximum likelihood models work best when there is a lot of data sources to draw from in each year. But on the Nushagak River, of the 53 years reconstructed from 1968 to 2020, 16 of those years, king salmon escapement and run size were only assessed by one methodology. In the past, we have used two different methodologies to try and estimate true run size in the Nushagak River. The first being the acoustic tagging study discussed in the last presentation, and a second was a traditional marker capture done in the years that followed. The problem is, in the 1 year those two methodologies overlapped, they resulted in very different run size estimates. Estimation of total in-river run size and their association with the sonar count differ greatly between acoustic tag and marker capture estimates. Consequently, estimates of run size were greatly affected by the assumptions about the precision of the escapement and sonar projects. Despite the challenges, though, we believe this methodology did an acceptable job of describing a true pattern of abundance and providing reasonable estimates of the time series of total run and escapement. While the level of uncertainty in this model is relatively high, it is currently the best available methodology to reconstruct total run and escapement of Nushagak River king salmon, because it's the only methodology that's incorporating all available data and the uncertainty that surrounds each data set. So while we do believe this is the best approach moving forward, this model does not fix our assessment program. The major challenge with this approach is that the results would not be available until post-season, so managers would still have to rely on the sonar project for in-season management. So how do we fix things going forward? First, in order to provide additional inputs to the run reconstruction model and help put the sonar count into context, the department restarted the aerial survey program that I discussed in the previous presentation about 4 years ago. So far, this program has been successful to help understand what is making it to the spawning grounds and putting the sonar numbers into context. The department plans to continue executing this aerial survey program going into the future. Additionally, for the past couple of years, the department has been communicating with collaborators, mainly the Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute, about how to improve the assessment program for Nushagak king salmon. And while plans are still in their infancy, BBSRI has acquired funding to begin investigating some of these topics, and work could begin as early as next year. Some of the things that have been identified are as follows. First would be to add additional escapement monitoring projects in the Nushagak and Mulchatna drainages. Preliminary plans would be to operate a weir program on important king salmon spawning tributaries. This will allow us to track escapement in the major king-producing systems, and eventually these could be added into the run reconstruction modeling framework as inputs. Secondly, would be to improve the harvest and age class estimations of king salmon. This could include improved sampling of age, sex, and length data from commercial, sport, and subsistence catch to aid in the construction of brood tables for Nushagak kings. Additionally, we would like to perform additional sonar independent total run and escapement estimates. Namely, this would mean operating additional marker capture projects in the Nushagak. As we discussed earlier, previous attempts at this gave conflicting answers, and we would like to further investigate this and operate more effective marker captures. This would not only give us a better picture of what the true king salmon run size is in the Nushagak, but it can also be used to improve and calibrate the current run reconstruction model. We would also like to improve and provide additional in-season abundance estimates for managers to use. All of the previous improvements we just discussed would do a good job of helping us understand the total run and escapement of Nushagak kings, but they would not be usable in season, as they are all post-season tools. Initial discussions surrounding improved in-season numbers have centered around ways to improve the sonar project, and this discussion is ongoing. The department has begun doing feasibility work surrounding the test netting apportionment program at the sonar, as well as investigating how to gain additional sonar coverage of the river. Additionally, though, operating creel projects may help managers understand how fishing is and then that can be used as a cross-check on the sonar to see how well we think it is assessing kings in any given year. Finally, the department believes that the best path forward would be to use this run reconstruction model to develop a new escapement goal. This would base the escapement goal off of what the best available data set is for Nushagak kings and would reduce the problems we have with the current escapement goal that is tied to the unreliable index of abundance that is the sonar project. Before we get into questions, I understand there's probably one that people will be thinking, and that is, what would a run reconstruction base goal look like? First of all, a run reconstruction base goal has not been developed. The purpose of presenting this today was to present the run reconstruction model to the board and public in order to show how the department has been approaching the challenges in the king salmon assessment, as well as inform the board on the department's direction going forward. As we move towards a run reconstruction based goal, the main thing to keep in mind is these two data sets, these two methods of generating estimates are in different currencies. The current goal uses the sonar project, which we know only counts between 40 and 70% of the kings that migrate upriver. The run reconstruction attempts to enumerate 100% of the fish that are escaping into the tributaries. So when we do present a new goal in the future, it will look very different as a result. But like I said, a much more in-depth analysis needs to take place before the department would feel comfortable recommending a change to this new method. But we plan to do this analysis and present it to you at the next Bristol Bay Board of Fish meetings. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, appreciate a lot of that additional information contained in that presentation. Questions? Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, I have a series of questions, but starting off, if I might, with slide 13, the figures used for the in-river run estimates are of different years than the sonar, and that's presumably because sonar was a continuing effort converting from Bendex to Ditson. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, the in-river run estimates here are independent from the sonar and attempted to enumerate the number of fish in the river, whereas the sonar project and the sonar indices, both Bendix and Ditson, were consistently run year after year, and we knew they were indices. By using those together, we can get a better idea of estimating in-river run for each year.
And then going to slides 14 and 15, you use two figures, 25% on the slide 14 and 43% on slide 15. I didn't catch what those figures represented.
Yeah, so on slide 14, that is total run. So the total run of kings to the Nushagak in each given year, and that differed from previous methodologies by about 25%.
Over Buckingham?
Yes.
Okay.
Escapement varied to a larger degree, partly because you have actual escapement tributary information. So what that's doing is saying in some of these years, for example, on the screen, if you looked at 2003, 2005, you can see that the previous methodology was estimating about 250,000, whereas this methodology produced estimates up over 350. And the reason for that is because you have additional information to the sonar that says the run was much larger than the sonar was indicating.
Okay. Don't want to put words in your mouth, so please listen carefully, okay? If I'm using just slide 14, would it be correct to conclude that using this new model, we would be reflecting an increase of 25% over what we would have using just bucket owl?
Through the chair, yes. The difference in the numbers between bucket all and the run reconstruction would be a 25% increase in the number of kings. However, the important thing to remember is we're talking about two different currencies. We're not increasing the number of fish. The fish were there. It's just whether we counted them or not.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. How would you check whether this model that you're proposing is going to be any more effective than what you believed back when that the sonar is, and we found it differently? In other words, how would you go about saying, we implement this model, is it working correctly or not?
Through the chair, yes. One of the best ways to do that is by doing an independent estimate of abundance, and that's what I spoke about in continued plans going forward here. In order to see if any of your assessment programs are working well, you need to get an estimate of abundance that's independent from your current assessment program. So for example, if we ran a mark recapture, that would give us an estimate of the total number of fish in the river for that year. And then you could compare that with your assessment program to see how close that is. And that's what we would plan on doing going forward.
This board has no authority to direct the department to do anything. So, just need that clear on the record. However, I would like to see as a board member what the cost is to operate the sonars that are being used, for instance, on the Yukon that can go across the span of river that they're involved with, and compare it to what it's going to cost to operate this new model. And then the third comparative, the capture, recapture portion of it, how much it costs to operate that on a yearly basis. Because it seems to me if you do a recapture each year, you're going to really capture 100% of the fish going through on that bottleneck area where you got your present sonar.
Commissioner?
Yeah, Member Wood, so all models are wrong. It just, some models are less wrong than other models. I think what you're seeing here is that we feel that the methodology that we've explored has more inputs and more consideration of error, so it's probably more reflective of reality than the previous model. Are either one of them exactly right? Probably not. They're all, again, all models are probably wrong. What's missing here is, again, we can't accurately count king salmon in season, which is the real tool that we need for a management trigger downriver. So we are exploring, with the help of our partners out there, ways to improve that in-season assessment, because short of this, we can at the end of the season tell what the total run was with a greater accuracy and precision, but we still can't manage for that in season, which is the missing trigger. So, yeah. So, and getting back to your question, what are we doing in terms of the Yukon? We don't have these numbers of sockeye in the Yukon to interfere with how we're putting the beam across the entire river. Part of the confounding issue is we don't know whether, if we discriminate the river like we're doing in the Kenai River, we know there's only sockeye in the beaches, so we're counting the middle portion for kings. None of that exploratory work has been done yet, but we're getting a handle and starting that work with the Bristol Bay Science Group and other people. So hopefully within a couple of years, we'll know whether we can accurately count kings in this river.
Madam Chair, just in conclusion, I'd like to offer kudos to the department for recognizing they have a problem and trying to address it, because all too often you just see it swept under the rug, and I'm glad to see that you're making the efforts that you are making.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jordan, specifically to the run reconstruction model, I think this is a very positive step. I would also echo what Member Wood said. But in regards to input into this model, obviously you have, some very specific sets of data that you're inputting now. How many more pieces of input data do you think you need in the long term to make the error rate even less than it might be now with this model?
Through the chair, that's a great question. We've done some experimental work in adding a couple additional data points into here. First was the logbook program. We added in the Sportfish logbook program, and that improved model performance pretty well. So that's one of the things we're investigating adding back in right now. Like the commissioner said, all models are wrong, and getting to a point where we have a better assessment for each given year. The historical data set and the historical information we have is what we have. So improving the confidence around each individual year historically is probably not going to get a lot better. But what we can do is provide better estimates going forward, and that's what we're looking to do.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. Yeah, you just kind of addressed one of the questions that I had, and that is with this sport fish harvest data that you're collecting, is that all being done exclusively through the statewide harvest survey at this time?
I believe I know the answer, but I'll wait for Lee.
Thank you, Jordan. Through the chair. Yeah, didn't want to leave you out here on an island to answer that by yourself. Yeah, so primarily statewide harvest survey data, supplemented by on-the-ground creels when we do operate them.
Follow-up. I guess with the statewide harvest survey has a pretty good response rate, but realistically, when we're talking about a random selection of resident and non-resident sport fish license holders in a year who are going to get randomly sampled in this survey, how many actually fish this river system? Like, how much data do you even really have each year?
Yeah, through the chair. So I don't have an exact number for you, but of the systems in Bristol Bay, Nushagak would be our strongest data set for the statewide harvest survey. Based on the level of effort, it can be assumed that it's going to have the highest number of respondents as well in the statewide harvest survey. So that data for the Nushagak specifically, it should be pretty good.
But I also just heard that you're interested in bringing back a sport fish logbook program because you feel like that's maybe a deficit area?
Through the chair, I don't think that that's what we were getting at, although that's always something that could potentially be on the table. I mean, anything could be on the table at some point.
Okay, I don't see any other questions around this table. One thing I would like to request is some of that subsistence fishery information. I believe 2006 was made reference to, and maybe I heard some other years too. So I would like to request a table going back to the early 90s of subsistence fishery closures for king salmon on the Nushagak River to include the date of the closure and also the escapement of the kings on the date of the closure. Jordan, you've been in the hot seat for a while, and I know you've got our last presentation. I want to kind of keep my foot on the gas because I'd like to start public testimony. So let's take a very brief break, 10 minutes. I'm going to hold folks to that. Don't wander too far. And we are going to resume with the action plan presentation, which I think there's a lot of interest in. So 10 minutes, 3:15. Okay, welcome back. We are back on the record. The time is 3:18. We have one final staff report. This is a late addition to RC3, so it's not under a tab, it's under an imaginary tab 11. It's in the very back of board members' binders. And it is the 2022 Nushagak King Salmon Stock of Concern Draft Action Plan. So I will go ahead and turn it over to you again, Jordan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jordan Head. I'm the Bristol Bay Area Research Biologist. I have with me again Tim Sands, the Nushagak Commercial Fisheries Biologist, Jay Bomber, the Sportfish Regional Management Coordinator, Lee Borden, the Bristol Bay Sportfish Manager, and Robin Devlin, the Southern Region Program Manager for Subsistence. We are all here to present to you the Nushagak King Salmon Stock of Concern Action Plan. This oral presentation can be found in RC3, Imaginary Tab 11, and the draft action plan can be found in RC4 of your packets. On the following slides, we will be pulling up figures from the action plan to aid in this presentation. Each figure will highlight the figure and page number that the slide is pulling from the action plan so you can follow along. At the October work session, you, the board, adopted Nushagak King Salmon as a stock of management concern. The basis for this was a failure to meet the in-river run goal of 95,000 Nushagak River King Salmon in 5 of the past 6 years. This despite specific management measures taken by the department to reduce the harvest of Nushagak Kings in the sport and commercial fisheries since 2017, as was thoroughly covered in the last 2 presentations. Upon adoption, the department was then tasked with developing an action plan for Nushagak King Salmon. The draft action plan consists of a suite of management options for the board to consider for commercial, sport, and subsistence fisheries. This table is an example of what you will see later in this presentation, which will present these options by increasing severity within each fishery. Also, within the action plan, the department recommends specific criteria for delisting this stock from a stock of concern. Since the October work session, the department has been working on the action plan, which was released on November 23rd. There are 3 different stock of concern designations available to the state of Alaska. Those are the stock of yield concern, management concern, and conservation concern. For Nushagak King Salmon, the department recommended a stock of management concern, and that was adopted by the board. As a reminder from earlier presentations, a stock of management concern is a concern arising from a chronic inability, despite the use of specific management measures, to maintain escapements for a salmon stock within the bounds of the SEG, BEG, OEG, or other specified management objectives for the fishery. These other specified management objectives would include the in-river goal for Nushagak Kings. One of the important terms in the definition of management concern we need to look at is chronic inability. Chronic inability means the continuing or anticipated inability to meet escapement thresholds over a 4 to 5 year period, which is approximately the generational time of most salmon species. Before we look at management options, I will briefly provide you with an abbreviated review of the background that is found in the document. On the screen, we can now see Figure 3 from the action plan, which is found on page 29. This figure shows king salmon escapement in black and harvest by user group in gray from 1994 to present. Additionally, the upper and lower bound of the SEG are represented by the blue lines, and the in-river goal is noted by the orange line. As we can see in this figure, there was a substantial shift in king salmon productivity that corresponded with a statewide shift in the productivity of king salmon that started around 2007. When we look at the last 4 years on this figure, the important thing to note is that while reviewing Nushagak Kings for a stock of concern, if the SEG was used to form the recommendation, then we likely would not have recommended it as a stock of concern. Yes, the escapement levels are lower than we would like to see. However, when we consider the uncertainties in the assessment we discussed in earlier presentations, we could not confidently say that we had a chronic inability to meet the goal. However, when using the in-river goal as the criteria, it became clear that a stock of management concern was justified, especially when considering that management decisions are being made that are more conservative than the plan prescribes, which both have allocative and economic consequences with little guidance from the board. When we consider how to conserve king salmon in the Nushagak while not over-escaping sockeye salmon, run timing of both stocks needs to be understood. Here we have a figure that shows the average run timing of Nushagak king salmon through the commercial fishing district. The y-axis represents the daily percent passage of king salmon. We can see from this figure that king salmon enter the district from early June through the middle of July. The central 50% of the king run travels through the district between June 19th and July 3rd, with the midpoint of the run occurring on June 25th. When we overlay the run timing of sockeye salmon, as seen in orange, we can see that there is quite a bit of overlap between the species, but this figure does not paint the whole picture for us. There has been speculation that the reason for the recent challenges in conserving king salmon is that run timing of king and sockeye are shifting closer together, and thus there is more overlap between the runs. However, when we look at the data, this is not what we see. This figure shows the midpoint of the run for both sockeye salmon in orange and king salmon in blue for each year from 1980 to 2021. From this figure, we can see that while run timing has been trending earlier for both sockeye and king salmon, the midpoint of the run is actually getting further apart. In 1980, the king and sockeye runs had about 3 days of separation between their midpoints, and more recently, this has developed to as much as 10 days. So if this is not a run timing issue, then what is causing the increased conflict in managing for both sockeye and king goals? Well, since the 1990s when this plan was developed, production levels of both sockeye and king salmon have changed. Sockeye salmon runs have dramatically increased, while king salmon runs have dramatically decreased. I hope we can clear this up by looking at Wood River escapement information. Here we have a figure that has date on the x-axis and year on the y-axis. What each point on this chart represents is the date that 100,000 Wood River passed, or 100,000 sockeye passed the Wood River Tower. So if we look in the 1990s, we can see that the 100,000 Wood River trigger was being met between June 25th at the earliest and July 3rd at the latest. As sockeye runs in the Nushagak district, specifically the Wood, have increased, the early portion of the run is much larger than in the past. And as a result, the Wood River 100,000 trigger point is being met earlier than it was when the plan was developed. Now when we consider the king salmon run timing, as seen here in blue, overlaid with this same figure, we can see that in the 90s when the plan was developed, the Wood River trigger point was being met at about 60% of the way through the king run. Now, in recent years, this has gone to as early as 25 to 30% of the way through the king run timing. With larger sockeye run sizes, the main thing that needs to be answered is how many sockeye should be let go before fishing begins. This figure should help us put that into context. This figure shows run size of sockeye over the last 5 years. The average run size over the last 5 years has been about 25 million fish. That's seen here in orange. Overlaid on the average king salmon run timing we have been looking at in recent slides. What this figure shows is that if we wait until 50% of the king run is past the commercial fishing district, which is about June 25th on average, over the last 5 years, we would have been waiting until about 1.5 million sockeye salmon swam past the district before fishing began. If we wait much longer than that, say till 75% of the king run passes, on average over the last 5 years, we would have been waiting until 9.5 million fish passed the district before fishing began. This is the crux of the issue. How many sockeye do we let go in order to conserve kings? This decision has both allocative and economic ramifications, and we are looking to the board to provide regulatory guidance for these allocative management decisions to help with the conflicting sockeye and king salmon goals and help provide us tools through the regulatory process. With that, I will hand it over to Tim to go over the suite of options available for conserving kings in the commercial fishery.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. For the record, my name is Tim Sands. So on page 4 of the action plan, that's where I'm reading from, there's a list by year of the different actions that were taken. Since I just gave a presentation about this, I'm not going to go into any more detail on specific years, but the actions are there, and if you have questions, I'm happy to entertain them. To speak about the specific actions in the action plan, on page 5, action number 1 is status quo, and so keep doing what we're doing. The benefits of this would allow discretionary management to balance in-season indicators to achieve both sockeye and king salmon goals. The detriments, and this is on page 6, by the way, discretion on conflicting goals without additional prescriptive regulatory guidance sets management up for failure to achieve one or both goals. So keep sockeye escapement within SEG range might also mean fish the king salmon below the SEG and in-river goal ranges. Action 2, also on page 6, would develop new regulations that would allow early season opening of the Wood River Special Harvest Area. The benefits of this, these provisions would allow for early season harvest of Wood River sockeye salmon while reducing king salmon commercial harvest. This will help control Wood River sockeye salmon escapement when the commercial district is closed to protect Nushagak River king salmon. The detriments on page 7, fishing in the Wood River Special Harvest Area disadvantages many users because it has limited area, is challenging to access, and not all users can fish there. These provisions will also shift effort from the Nushagak district to other Bristol Bay districts. This will increase the likelihood of foregone sockeye salmon harvest for the Nushagak River. Action 3, page 7, create an optimum escapement goal for the Nushagak River sockeye salmon. The benefits of this, an OEG would provide guidance for incrementally more conservative management steps gauged to the forecast sockeye salmon run size. Setting OEG goals that are higher than the upper end of the SEG will allow more conservative management and less fishing. Less fishing, especially early season, will reduce king salmon commercial harvest. A tiered OEG will provide a sliding scale of implementation to reduce the potential for sockeye salmon overescapement as sockeye salmon run sizes increases while providing for king salmon conservation. The detriments, this would forego harvest on sockeye salmon resulting in lost economic opportunity. Conservative management does not necessarily mean that king salmon goals will be achieved. Current goals may be unattainable given the lower productivity of this stock compared to the productivity levels that were used to establish the goals. Action 4, reduce net mesh size and/or net length. The benefits on page 8, reducing mesh size to 4.75 inches may increase annual sockeye salmon harvests, reduce chances of sockeye salmon over escapement, reduce commercial fishing time for sockeye salmon because the fleet is more efficient, and fewer shorter openings translate into less king salmon harvest. Shorter nets would result in less total gear in the water and reduced harvest of king salmon. Detriments, participants that do not have 4 3/4 inch mesh nets will be required to either buy new nets or fish in other districts where smaller mesh size is not required. Shorter net length may decrease total sockeye salmon harvest, making it potentially more difficult to keep sockeye salmon escapement within SEG bounds. Depending on how much net length reduction is required, participants may need to cut their nets. Smaller mesh size and shorter lengths does not necessarily mean that sockeye or king salmon goals will be achieved. Action number 5, at the bottom of page 8, reduce fishing time and area. And the benefits are on page 9. The benefits reduce area and time, decreases the time that migrating king salmon would be susceptible to drift gill net gear. Detriments, reduced area could result in more congested fishery. Reduced time and area may not be able to control sockeye salmon escapement effectively. Action 6, the last proposed action for the commercial fishery on page 9, is close commercial fishing. Benefits, this will reduce king salmon commercial harvest through 75% of their run timing. Detriments, this will allow potentially large numbers of sockeye salmon to go unharvested. And there's the table. So that's all I have for proposed actions in the action plan.
All right, thank you, Tim. For the record, this is Lee Borden, the Sport Fish Area Manager for Bristol Bay. Being that we already summarized management actions taken in the sport fishery in a previous presentation, I will just focus on the proposed management actions that are in this plan. I will go ahead and start with action number 1. This is quote-unquote the status quo option. Under this action, the department will continue to use EO authority based on the management plan to manage Nushagak and Wachatna king salmon stocks to achieve statement goal and rebuild from the recent period of low productivity. The benefit here is timely and meaningful in-season management actions based on current run strength. As run rebuilds, the department will have the ability to return to more liberal bag limits and provide angler opportunity. Action 2, adopt regulation that would reduce bag and possession limits for fish over 20 inches in length and or reduce the annual limit for fish over 20 inches in length. The benefits, sport fishery restrictions and regulation would provide stable situation for anglers, and reduced bag and annual limits would still provide harvest opportunity. Detriments are restricting the fishery by regulation could limit the department's ability to react to run strength in season in order to liberalize the fishery. Action 3, adopt a regulation that would create a Nushagak River drainage king salmon catch and release fishery and prohibit the use of bait. The benefits are restrictions and regulations would provide a stable situation for anglers. A non-retention fishery would eliminate harvest opportunity while still providing catch and release fishing opportunity with minimal impact to the run. Detriments are restricting the fishery by regulation could limit the department's ability to react to run strength in season and provide additional opportunity. Action 4, adopt regulation that would restrict time and area for king salmon sport fishing in the Nushagak River drainage. Benefits would be time and area restrictions and regulation would provide predictable restrictive measures that anglers and operators could plan for and adapt to. Detriments are restricting the fishery by regulation may limit the department's ability to react to run strength in season. Action 5, adopt regulation that would close the king salmon sport fishery in the Nushagak River drainage and prohibit the use of bait. The benefits are it would eliminate harvest of king salmon and reduce catch and release mortality of king salmon. The detriments may limit the department's ability to provide king salmon sport fishing opportunity if king salmon escapement goals are achieved and there is harvestable surplus.
Thanks, Lee. Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Robin Dublin, Southern Region Program Manager with Subsistence. Before going over the options presented in the draft action plan on page 18, I would like to provide background information for the record. This information is provided on pages 15 through 18 of the draft plan. As we heard earlier, there is a positive customary and traditional use finding for all salmon combined in the Bristol Bay area and an amount necessary for subsistence, or ANS, of 157,000 to 172,171 salmon for the entire Bristol Bay area, including 55,000 to 65,000 Shivak River sockeye salmon. Alaska Subsistence Statute 16.05.258 states that if there is a harvestable surplus of the stock, if the harvestable portion of the stock is sufficient to provide for subsistence uses, but no other consumptive uses, the board shall adopt regulations that eliminate other consumptive uses in order to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence use. Reasonable opportunity is defined as an opportunity as defined by the appropriate board that allows a subsistence user to participate in a subsistence hunter fishery that provides a normally diligent participant with a reasonable expectation of success of the taking of fish or game. Between 2017 and 2022, there were no limits on subsistence harvest of king salmon in the Nushagak District. Additionally, there have not been any management actions to reduce subsistence harvest of king salmon. In Bristol Bay, the overall king salmon subsistence harvest represents 12% of the salmon harvest. While small relative to sockeye at 78% of the overall harvest, Nushagak River king salmon are a well-documented and important part of subsistence in Bristol Bay. There is a permit program in place. In 2019, a total of 1,106 subsistence permits were issued for the Bristol Bay Management Area. Of those, 860, or 78%, were returned. The largest number of permits were issued for the Nushagak drainage. Bristol Bay king salmon harvest totals were 11,488, with the largest harvest of the Nushagak drainage, including the bay, of 10,129 king salmon. That's in Table 1 in your report, in the draft plan. The ANS for Bristol Bay has not been met since 1994. The ANS is one guideline used by the board to evaluate the reasonable opportunity is being provided under existing regulations and to assist you in the allocation of harvest between subsistence and non-subsistence uses of fish. It is typically presented as a range based on historic harvest and is developed with public input. The ANS is intended to reflect customary and traditional levels of harvest as documented by the best available information. The ANS is neither a guarantee of harvest, a quota, or a cap, nor is it an in-season management tool. ANS determinations are made for a stock, a fish stock, or assemblage of stock, and ANS is not community-specific. The following actions include potential reductions in subsistence harvest of Nushagak River king salmon. The following action items are contingent on closures for other consumptive uses due to poor king salmon runs, as described earlier in this document and in previous presentations. Proposal management action number 1 is status quo. Under the existing Nushagak-Mulchatna king salmon management plan, the commissioner shall establish by emergency order fishing periods during which the time or area is reduced for the in-river king salmon subsistence fishery in the Nushagak River. The specific action is current regulations, no action in the subsistence fishery until the sport fishery or potentially other fisheries are closed. Currently, there are no limits on the subsistence harvest of king salmon in the Nushagak District, and fishing is open 24 hours per day, 7 days per week in defined subsistence areas. The benefits of this action are that subsistence harvest is consistent with current regulations, providing clarity and consistency to subsistence harvesters, and it does not increase cost or user conflict. The detriments, no change to harvest may contribute to further king salmon decline by an unknown but likely minimal amount. Proposed management action number 2, a harvest limit of Nushagak River king salmon in the subsistence fishery. The specific action would be to limit the number of king salmon that can be harvested per permit holder that would meet management needs while providing some opportunity. Based on the most recent available subsistence harvest data from 2015 to 2019, the average annual king salmon harvest for the Nushagak drainage was 12,433 fish. The average number of permits issued was 601 per year, and the average number of king salmon harvested per permit ranged from 17 to 26 fish per year in Table 2. Household sizes vary and are not accounted for, therefore allowing additional king salmon harvest per person residing with a permit holder can account for larger households. The benefits are that it may increase the in-river abundance of king salmon. The detriment is that it may not provide reasonable opportunity and may create additional harvest pressure on other wild resources. Proposal management action number 3, reduce fishing time by 1-day increments in the subsistence fishery during king salmon season only. The specific action would be to reduce fishing days in the Nushagak River drainage, including Dillingham Beaches and Wood River to Red Bluff, and the Nushagak section of the commercial fishing district if conservation concerns warrant reduction of harvest. For background, in 2018, the board voted to repeal limits to subsistence fishing periods in the Nushagak district and allow salmon to be taken at that time. Prior to 2018, time and area were regulated. The benefits of this action is that it may increase the in-river abundance of king salmon. The detriments are that reducing days limit reasonable opportunity for subsistence. This action may also be confusing to subsistence users. For example, with limited time harvested, harvesters may be unable to fish because of work schedules and other time-related conflicts. Proposed management action number 4 is to reduce the open area for subsistence fishery. And the specific action would be in season, certain areas as determined by the area management may be closed to subsistence. Reducing fishing days in the Nushagak River drainage, including Dillingham Beaches and the Wood River to Red Bluff and Nushagak section of the commercial fishing district if conservation concerns warrant reduction of harvest. And this would require an emergency order or board action as needed. The benefits of this is that it may increase the in-river abundance of king salmon. The detriments are that it may be confusing, create conflict, and limit subsistence opportunity. If Dillingham Beach closures occur, this may restrict access for harvesters lacking boat access. If other areas are closed and beaches remain open, user conflict may occur, especially given the existing setback regulation. Before concluding, I'd like to say that in light of subsistence regulation, I would like to remind the board that options 2, 3, and 4 will reduce subsistence opportunity. As mentioned earlier, there's currently no specific ANS for Nushagak drainage king salmon. Options 2, 3, and 4 would require further analysis and a presentation of ANS options for board deliberation. Due to the time it takes to gather and analyze all the harvest data, such as presented in the action plan, the department is not prepared at this time to provide an ANS option report, and the public has not had time to review and comment on a potential separate ANS for Nushagak Kings.
All right. My name is Jay Balmer.
Research.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
Before we dive into Jay, for him to talk about criteria for delisting, one of the other sections of the action plan is a research and a study plan going forward. As I just spoke about in previous presentations, the department understands there is a high level of uncertainty in its current assessment program. And as we just presented, the department is hoping the newly developed run reconstruction model will help reduce some of this uncertainty surrounding the escapement goal. But in addition to that, we have been working with collaborators to add a suite of king salmon assessment projects to better understand the run. I won't go into too much more detail on this as we just covered it in the previous discussion, but it is also available in the action plan. However, an important thing to consider is building a new assessment program will take time, and a realistic timeline to see actual benefits from this new assessment program could be a decade out or more. So in the meantime, the department is here to seek regulatory help for the board to manage this stock more conservatively until we can gain a better understanding of true run dynamics for Nushagak king salmon.
All right, thank you. My name is Jay Balmer. I'm the Sportfish Regional Management Coordinator. Now we've had a brief overview of the conditions, and everybody's laid out some possible actions. I'm going to provide a quick overview of the conditions for delisting and loosening those restrictions. First, to remove the Nushagak River king salmon as a stock of concern, we would recommend using the lower bound of the Sustainable Escapement Goal, SEG, which is 55,000 fish. The lower bound of the SEG would need to be met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years, or is met in 4 out of 6 consecutive years. We recommend the lower bound of the SEG and not the in-river goal because the in-river goal was established during a period of high king salmon productivity. The 95,000 in-river fish goal includes the 55,000, which is the lower end of the SEG, and provides for current levels of opportunity for sport and subsistence fishers. The board may want to revisit the in-river goal to determine if it remains appropriate for current times of low productivity and recognizes the uncertainty associated with the current assessments. Loosening conditions in the action plan would occur if catch and harvest data indicated restrictions are no longer needed to meet the escapement goal, or if 2 consecutive years of the escapement goal are near or above the upper bound of the escapement goal range. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
2 questions, and since we just finished with delisting, I'll start with that one first. In order to be listed initially, your slide 5 says it has to be over a period of 4 to 5 years for that to occur before you can do a stock of concern. Yet on your delisting, you use periods considerably less than that, 3 years, et cetera, 2 years in certain cases. Why not use the same non-number of years, which apparently was put in place to coincide with generational time of most of the salmon species? So why not keep it 4 or 5 years on your delisting as well? I don't know who to address it to. I see 5 people across there.
Through the chair, Board Member Wood, that could be an option. These are just possibilities we laid out for you. This is very similar to like criteria we used for establishing the goal, like you're saying. And if, as anything in the plan, it is draft and could be something you guys could modify if you thought appropriate.
Okay, so am I hearing that there wasn't any great discussion in this period reflects some new thinking? It's just simply this was what came to mind at the moment?
Through the chair, it was discussed, this was laid out as being the, at the time, the best approach that we could come up with for providing in front of you guys.
Okay, and if we have a stock of concern on a stock, why would we want to base a delisting on it reaching the lower bound rather than mid-range or something of that nature?
Through the chair, the lower bound was chosen because we're in a time of productivity in in king salmon statewide that is much lower than when these plans were developed. We think the lower bound of the goal is sustainable. It may not provide as much yield as the midpoint or higher in the goal, but it is a sustainable criteria. And when the in-river goal was developed, it was developed to meet the escapement goal and provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence and sport fish. And so as part of delisting, we would say, if we're meeting the goal and providing reasonable opportunity for sport fishing and subsistence, then that would be a criteria for delisting. Thank you.
Are there any other action plans that you're aware of that would allow the department, without coming back to the board, to relax or actually avoid using or set aside EO authority, via EO authority, the action plan? Your paragraphs 2 and 3 on slide 17.
Through the chair, Board Member Wood, yes, this was based off other action plans. So this is very similar to past action plans that have been developed.
Okay, if you'd give me an example of that when you get a chance, I'd appreciate that. I'd like to go back and look at that. Yes.
I'm trying to think back to Southeast Chinook. I think we might have had some flexibility in the Southeast Chinook plan, action plan.
Yeah. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
That was a question I don't.
Yeah, and I want to make clear that, a couple things here. First off, we put this action plan together within a month from when we made this designation. And staff did an amazing job in getting this out a week before the meeting. And that's one of the shortfalls of having a regulatory meeting within a month after a designation of a stock of concern. So I want to give staff credit here. Are there things in here like delisting? That's up to the board. You could decide that you want to delist based on the in-river goal. You could decide if you want to base it on some average use above that. That's your call. We're pointing out that it's appropriate to have a delisting criteria as part of this action plan, so we know we can come back to you at that when those criteria are met. I think the lower end of the goal is probably used, and I remember some discussion around it by the fact that the lower end of the goal was what triggered the designation of the stock of concern. In that case, it was the in-river goal, but it was that line that basically decided it. So in this case, they decided the line would be the lower end of the SEG. But again, you can adjust that to whatever you want as a board, because there's allocative implications with respect to that.
I have one last question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wood.
It might be directed to the commissioner directly. I had expected when you would come back with an action plan that you would have, here's what we suggest or advise doing for an action plan. Now, having reflected on it, anything that you would advise would be allocative in nature. So that would be justification for you to say, hey, it's in your ballpark, board, it's outside of ours. But it leaves us in a dilemma, because other than, take for instance your first example, you went through 1 through 6. 6 was closed as a fishery altogether, 1 was keep status quo. So the way I read that is we could take action suggestions number 2 through 5 and do any combination thereof, not knowing how one relates to the other and what impact having one or more involved in the same action plan might have. I don't know how you go about doing it, but I would like the department to tell me, here is an action plan that we believe is best equipped to get the stocks back up to the level they need to be, and put the allocation question all the way off to the side. I don't know how to go about doing that, but that's what I'd like to see done.
Yeah, Mr. Wood, so there are a couple of considerations when we put this action plan together. We were rushing to get it out there, but there's a bunch of board proposals that you have that have potential implications with this action plan. So if we were to come back with forward recommendations, especially on those board proposals that had significant allocative implications, we would have been taking positions on those allocation calls on those proposals. So it was a fine line that we were walking. But clearly, what we wanted to do is outline or identify the range of options that you have as a board to address this conservation, this management concern. And hopefully you have enough of them on your plate right now that as you ask us questions, you'll be able to select the right ones that you want to use.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know who this question is directed to, maybe Jordan or Tim, but, considering all the options in this management plan that were just talked about, one of the big considerations, at least in my mind, is we can formulate something that's going to have allocative actions one way or another. But I guess specifically to the research part of it, we still need to enumerate the king salmon numbers. And I know that there's this plan that's being developed through outside interests that you're working with. There's dollars that have been allocated to deal with some of this. And I know you said it would take possibly 2, 3, 4 years to really get your handle on, what that information is going to provide to you. Do you have any idea, as we sit here today, when the framework of what you will actually do in regards to this research plan to enumerate and to give you more data will be available?
Through the chair, at this point in time, we don't have an exact timeline. We've been discussing this, how to improve assessment in the Nushagak for about a solid 2 years, and I think we have a pretty good idea of what a research plan would look like going forward. But that's not something we've written up. It is something that we can write up here, but to put an exact timeline on it, considering we'd be working with collaborators who are not here at this table, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting an exact timeline on it, but it shouldn't, we're not talking years to develop, we're talking within a year, I would say.
Excuse me. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, so we're not going to have any answers for you before your next board meeting on Bristol Bay, I can tell you that. And even then, we're probably just going to be getting data. So I'm thinking we're probably 4 to 5 years away before answering some of these fundamental questions as to counting, have some confidence in our ability to count king salmon and coming into that river for management purposes. So really the question that you're facing with this action plan is, how do you precautionarily manage between sockeye and king in the next, until we get those better count numbers coming in? And you have a couple of decision points based on what I heard. One is you have to decide on the 100,000 trigger for sockeye and for that system. And then you just have to decide how much sockeye you want to forego to protect some number of kings. So you have the information in front of you, just how you want to make those decisions is your call because they're very allocative in nature.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was exactly what I was going to get at, is that we're being tasked here to look at several proposals and then also this action plan. But we have to formulate this management plan or deal with these proposals without knowing what the potential outcome is going to be on how to actually enumerate these kings in a reasonable manner for the long term. So it becomes a little bit tricky, but I think you gave me a little clearer direction and timeline, so I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach, and I would also just note before we go, sorry, Mike, we're approaching very closely the 4 p.m. tentative deadline for sign up for public comment. I'm going to extend that until 10 a.m. tomorrow, so you can still sign up for public testimony until 10 a.m. tomorrow is the new deadline. Mike, sorry about that.
Thank you. I think we're rapidly approaching what the commissioner has just talked about and Board Member Carpenter, and there's really no way to avoid it. We have really poor assessment tools right now for king salmon. We've talked extensively about run reconstruction, so we're going to be in a holding pattern simply because the 7-year lifespan of king salmon. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to be continually in a mode of run reconstruction, and we are going to have no choice if we want to do that but to take away red salmon out of the commercial fishing time frame. It's very clear. Those couple slides that we have that show the confluence of the run timing make it very clear if we're going to do meaningful changes in king salmon escapement, it will have to be fairly significant if we have any kind of an entry pattern into the Nushagak that reflects what's been going on the last 4 years. So it's pretty clear.
I'm going to make sure we're not getting too deep into deliberative sort of discussion, but you make some good points. Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if the commissioner has any research plans for the future or what's ongoing now as far as king salmon decline, et cetera. Is there any plans in the future or anything going on right now that we need to know about?
Yeah, so we've tasked our scientists from Sport Fish and Commercial Fish Division to look at kind of a gravel-to-gravel assessment for Chinook salmon, and we're focusing those efforts right now in the Yukon and Kenai River, because there's some new technologies out there, especially with respect to juvenile salmon. We really don't have a very good picture of what's happening to salmon after they emerge from the gravel, from the eggs, and get down to salt water. We have a pretty good idea what's happening in that saltwater area initially when they hit the ocean. That's a concern to us, but we really don't have any idea what's happening in that life stage. So new technology like Columbia River been made available to have some very small tags that we can actually measure the movement patterns of fish as they move downriver, especially smolts and juveniles, and also what the survival rates are. So we have that gravel-to-gravel assessment, and we're talking to the governor's office about it right now, and we're also talking to our congressional delegation about finding money for those types of assessments.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I just had a question kind of to understand a little bit better. Here it's listed under the detriments, under the sport fishing action options, that restricting the fishery by regulation could limit the department's ability to react to run strength in season in order to liberalize the fishery if in-season run strength was better than anticipated. Is that common department practice to liberalize fishing effort when a stock is still listed as a management concern?
Yeah, through the chair. So I'm not aware of specific examples, but we would definitely be seeking that guidance. If under a stock of concern, obviously there's still a chance that we do get a year with a run that provides harvestable surplus. And in that scenario, we would just want guidance on if and when that would be prudent to do.
Okay, like prior to it being delisted, it like has one good year and then liberalize the fishery before it's delisted from a stock of concern?
Through the chair, that's the guidance we would want, yeah.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. Thank you for that walkthrough. Certainly more to come in that space. All right, the time is 4:03. Let's go ahead and break until 4:20, get set up for public testimony, and begin public testimony at 4:20 PM. And we'll go for a little bit and see how far we get. Okay, welcome back. We're pretty close to my goal. It is 4:26, back on the record. And we are going to go ahead and get into public testimony. I have some instructions around that for folks. So, for this particular meeting, the board has called for public testimony on the numerous proposals before us. We certainly appreciate the interest and concern of those who take their time to testify and provide us with your thoughts and comments, as well as those who are taking the time to submit written materials and those who also participate in the board's committee process. There is a handout on the table in the back entitled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying if you're interested. Those of you who wish to testify must fill out one of the blue cards. Many of you have already. They are located at the back table of the room and and then go ahead and after you filled it out, hand it to the board staff. The blue card should be legibly and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic of the proposal number about which you're concerned can be identified to the board members. Also, please refer to the proposal you're addressing by its proposal number rather than the page number. The cutoff testimony for sign up for oral public testimony is 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, November 30th. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone, state your name for the record and who you represent. If you have written materials for the board, if you've submitted public comments and on-time public comments, or if you've already submitted an RC, please identify those materials by the the PC number, the RC number, or if you're an AC representative by the AC number. And then I will provide board members an opportunity to get that paperwork before them, and that time will not be charged to the person or the AC rep who is testifying. For this meeting, the public will each be given 3 minutes to testify. Again, advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives will each be given 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the green light on the table will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. And when your time is up, a red light is going to come on, and you're going to be asked to wrap up your testimony. So I was just passed a note that says, actually at the 1 minute light, a green light is going to flash. At the 30 seconds, you're going to get a yellow. And when you're running out of time, it's going to beep at you. So, and when it beeps at you, if you don't stop talking, then I beep at you. We ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct manner as possible. That 3 minutes goes pretty darn fast. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposal based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities, thus public testifiers will be admonished if they refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. Advisory committee and regional advisory council reps should also fill out a blue card and indicate whether they will testify at the beginning or the end of public testimony. Please note on the card which AC you're representing and be prepared to describe the general membership of your committee. Please confine your testimony to the position the committee took on the proposals or issues and give minority opinions of the committee, if any. If you wish to provide your own public testimony, please fill out a separate blue card and submit it to board staff. If your name is called and you are not present to testify, a second call will be made. Second calls are made after the lunch and evening breaks, and if the board holds an evening session. If you receive your first call in the afternoon, so this afternoon, you will get your second call at the beginning of either the evening session, which we won't hold, or the morning session. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. So here's how it's going to work. If you're not here to testify and I call your name, that's going to be your first call. I will take second calls first up when we start in the morning. If you are not here in the morning, then you're going to miss your second call and you're going to miss your opportunity to testify. Okay? So, and we're going to continue with public testimony tomorrow morning. If I call your name in the morning and you're not here, I'll give you a second call when we come back from lunch. And if you miss that second call and you're still not here, then you will not be provided an opportunity to testify before the board. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, With that, I think we'll go ahead and begin public testimony. The first name on my list is Randy Alvarez, representing the Lake Iliamna AC. Welcome, Randy. Thank you for your service on the AC, and go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Randy Alvarez. I'm from Igiugig. I'm here representing the Lake Iliamna AC, and I will be going over our minutes from the meeting we had on 10/20 of 22, a little over a month ago. At that meeting, we just reviewed proposals in the proposal booklet for this meeting. And our committee is made up of 10 members, 7 designated from 7 villages from Port Ellsworth down to Igiugig, around Iliamna Lake. And we have 3 undesignated that are voted for at meetings. We had 7 members out of the 10 at our meeting. And we had some staff, some there, Taryn O'Connor, our board support. We had 3 online, Lee Borden, our Naknequijak commercial fish manager, Travis Elson, and Tim Adak, as we're online. And then we had we had to meet in Igiugig, so we had a few local people that were guests at the meeting. I will go down to the proposals that you will be dealing with. Proposal number 18, we are opposed. The vote was 7-0. Proposal 35, we also are opposed to that one. But vote was 0-7 also to be opposed. Proposals 36, we supported. The vote was 7-0. I guess I should give you a little bit of information on what the proposal is about. 35 was the regulation dealing with tow lines for drift boats. The proposal was for 100-foot maximum tow line, and no, I guess it wasn't. That was a set netters, increasing the distance for set net distance for drifters to stay away from set net sites. And currently it's 100 feet. We opposed making that distance any longer. Proposal 36, we supported that one, 7-0. I didn't get the minutes. The minutes were last minute. So I didn't review them before they were sent in. Proposal number 40, we were opposed to that, allowing the set netters to go further offshore. Proposal 42, we are opposed to that. For proposal 45, we were opposed to that one. We were opposed 0-7. Proposal number 46, we are opposed to that one. Proposal number 49, we are opposed to that one. Proposal 50, we are opposed. Proposal 56, we are opposed to that one. Proposal 57 was one that I had submitted, And we discussed that at length, and the board is in support of that one, 7-0. I will discuss that one more in detail after I get through the minutes here. Proposal 58, we are opposed. Vote was 0-7. Proposal 122 was, I believe that was not the Bristol Bay meeting, but Area M. Vote was, we were opposed to that, 0-7. Proposal 123, the vote was also a vote of 0-7 opposed to it. Proposal 126, we supported that one. Vote was 7-0. And then we had a Board of Game proposal. I will not comment on that one. And then we had some miscellaneous business from Proposal 21, that was from the previous board cycle proposal dealing with sport fishing up in the, I believe it was the New Highland River. And then we adjourned at 3:41. But I'd like to comment more on proposal number 57 that I had submitted. And the board, our committee, all felt like it was important enough to discuss it for quite a while. And our vote, everyone was in support of this proposal. The proposal I had submitted was number 57, and I submitted it last April, but in August, Executive Director Nelson called me up because he was wondering how that it needed to be written up. And I guess I must have been doing something, and he called me up, and I was talking to him, and what ended up in the book was not what I had submitted. The end result could have been what I had submitted, but I would like to discuss this, what I had submitted to you. It has to deal with the allocation plan between in the Naknek-Kvichak district, between the drifters and the set netters. Well, when the plan was, the board passed the allocation plan, the numbers for allocation that came out of the meeting were 84% drift allocation, 16% set. And of that 16%, the Naknek set netters and the Kvichak set netters divided it equally, so they both got 8% allocation apiece. And it worked, the numbers stayed pretty close until we changed district managers. And what happened was, because the last few years was the allocation numbers weren't, the allocation plan, management plan was not operated by what came out from the meeting when we got allocation developed. And in 2021, because of the way the management was operated, the set netters in the Naknek-Kvichak had 47% of the harvest that year. So I submitted a ACR, which didn't qualify in 2021. So I sent in this proposal last spring, I think it was. And I sent it in because the way the management had been going, has been going the last few years, it's gotten really quite unfair to the drifters and to the Naknek set netters, because with 47% harvest got to the set netters, the Queejack set netters were harvesting way more than they should have. And with the escapement goal, or the escapement for the Queejack was severely lagging because the set netters were harvesting so many sockeye when there wasn't a lot of fish going up the river. So it was taking a lot longer year after year to achieve the allocation or achieve the escapement so that the drifters could go over to the Queejack. And then you'd have both gear groups fishing in the Queejack. And then, anyway, in my proposal, I looked up in the regulation book, 5AAC 06.364, and one in parentheses, the commissioner may establish by emergency order concurrent set and drift gillnet fishing periods. My time is up.
Your time is up for the AC. Do you have I think you went through the minutes. Was there anything else in the AC report specifically that you wanted to just add very quickly? Not specific to the proposal, to Proposal 57?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. But we do have some questions for you, Randy. So,
Okay.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. You know, what always interests me on AC reports is not only what the vote was, but the reasoning behind it. And on your particular Proposal 57, the discussion says allocation is a weird and not consistent thing and has not been to state standards since 2017. What did the AC mean by it being weird?
Well, the person that wrote it up is a new member, and I think what he was getting at is because it had changed considerably from back then, 2017, when it started changing quite severely. He was referring it to that was it's highly unfair the way it was coming up, being managed.
Did that 2017 coincide with a new manager coming on board or any other kind of change that might have impacted it?
No, I believe the new manager came in a few years before that, but it gradually started changing till 2021, where it was severely out of whack.
And one last question, if you're authorized to answer it. Would the AC support keeping the allocation at the 84-16, or do they want it, as your proposal does, to eliminate the allocation altogether?
They would support the allocation, but if our thinking was if the department can't or won't manage it to those allocation numbers, then they should get rid of it and manage it the way it was before allocation took effect.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I have one question for you, Randy. You mentioned that the AC committee also discussed, I think you mentioned Proposal 21.
Yes.
Did they take a position on that? I may have missed it.
Let me look here. It's not written in the minutes, so I guess we didn't.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, looks like you're next on my list for your personal public testimony, and so I will let you start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Randy Alvarez. I live in Igiugig, and I want to testify on the proposal that I written, Proposal 57. I had written it because the allocation got severely out of whack. well, it gradually, it was getting more and more and more the last few years, but in 2021, it got up to 47% set net allocation. And according to Regulation 5 AAC 06.364, and then 1 in parentheses, the commissioner may establish by emergency order concurrent set and drift gillnet fishing periods. Set and drift gillnet open fishing periods may be established at different times to attain the set and drift sockeye salmon allocation specified in B, that's in parentheses, of this section, or at other times consistent with the Regulation 5 AAC 06.355. When allocation got instituted and came into effect, we were under the understanding that the department had to be managed by those numbers. But because what happened was, under the management, the Kvichak set netters were allowed to fish whenever the set net and the drift were fishing in the Naknek section. Before allocation, they weren't. The manager would give them, I believe it was about one opening every 2 days, every 4 tides, because there are some fish that are caught, Kvichak fish that are caught in the Naknek section that migrate through there, getting harvested in the Naknek section. So the department was giving the Kvichak set netters an opening about every 2 days. But when allocation came into effect, then they were fishing every time the drift and the set net in the Naknek section were fishing, so their harvest went way up, and then it showed it in 2021. So anyway, that's all I had to testify, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for being here in person.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next up is Wallace Fields. Then the next couple up will be Jim Johnson and Aiden Brehan, and then Georgie Heverly. Wallace Fields. Hi, Wallace, welcome. Go ahead and put yourself on the record and start when you're ready.
Madam Chair, board members, my name is Wallace Fields. I'm here to represent the Kodiak Advisory Committee and speak to the Bristol Bay proposals the Kodiak AC reviewed at our November 8th meeting. I'm also a Bristol Bay net permit holder and vessel owner. The Kodiak Advisory Committee is made up of 18 members representing native villages, subsistence, salmon fishermen, cod, crab, halibut, herring fishermen. We have sports fish and guides on the AC, so pretty diversified group. There was 10 of the board members present at the meeting. We had 2 department folks, 1 enforcement agent, and we had 4 public people from the public that were present. I'll be following the minutes submitted by the Kodiak AC. The first group of proposals we looked at were proposal 36, 37, and 38. These 3 proposals restrict the length of tow lines that are attached from a drift vessel to the end of the gillnet. We discussed these proposals together and voted to support an amended proposal 36, which limits the length of a tow line to 100 feet. The amendment was to add a limit to the length of the line to 12 feet that runs from the end of the net to the buoy. The discussion centered around how an increasing amount of jet boats are setting their gear on step in very shallow water near the beach, and then using a long tow line to drop back into deeper water and keep control of their net. There was concern about the space that's being taken up by these long tow lines for other vessels traveling and fishing in the same area. and the risk of entanglement with the gear and the vessel. During this discussion, the issue of longer buoy lines being used to also take up more space in congested areas with boats was raised, and the need to limit their length as well. Allocative issues were also raised with the setnet fleet, since it allows drift gear to be closer in on the beach and compete with the setnet gear. The enforcement officer present talked about the legality of a net that is dry on the bottom and not drifting. This is not necessarily caused by a long tow line, but a long tow line can be used to pull a net that is illegal back out to where it's fishing legally again when enforcement is in the area. Concerns about the quality of the fish that are drug out of the shallows with these long lines was expressed, and concerns about quality affecting the marketplace. We did have a permit holder who arrived after the vote and was allowed to give his comments. He didn't support any restrictions on tow line length. He actually is a fisherman who spends a lot of time in the areas where the tow lines are used in shallow areas, and he felt that that actually some of the deeper boats might be hurt by this restriction more than the jet boats, in that the jet boats will still be able to get into the shallow areas, and there's times when deeper vessels might be able to utilize longer tow lines and still be able to get into area. And he also felt that the lines were not taking up too much space. So that was kind of the counter argument that was made. The AC supported the concept of restrictions on tow lines, but is not wedded to the 100 fathom length. The idea of 3 boat lengths seemed reasonable in terms of estimating how long the tow line was. That was kind of the standard that we used. But understanding that probably the length is ongoing conversation about what might be reasonable length of tow line to use. Motion to support proposal 35 passed 9-0 with the amendment for the buoy lines. We jumped ahead to proposal 1662, which is a herring proposal, because the proposer had to leave and wanted to give his testimony. This proposal allows all commercial gear types to fish for herring simultaneously in Bristol Bay. The proposer spoke to a need for management to have more flexibility to allow the purse seine fleet and the gillnet fleet to move across lines when the weather dictates and when row percentages were better. There's been very low participation by gillnet fleet in recent years and a small seine fleet that is limited by markets. No gear conflicts would be anticipated with the low participation numbers, and this change would allow both gear types to prosecute the fishery more efficiently. A motion to support passed 10-0. We next took up the dual permit issue and discussed proposal 42. The KAC discussed the use of the current dual regulations in Bristol Bay. There was agreement that the current system is working well. It has provided opportunity for young fishermen to invest into a permit without buying a boat, and then leveraging a crew job on a productive boat and be able to gain experience in the fishery. Several young Kodiak fishermen are doing this, and some have been able to move on to buying and running their own boats. And it's a necessary step in the ladder for them to work their way up from deck up into the wheelhouse in Bristol Bay right now, especially with the cost of permits currently with robust sockeye fisheries. Bristol Bay fishery remains a congested fishery even with 400 or so dual permits being used. One of the great advantages of dual permits is to remove the removal of gear from the water. At 400 dual permits, that equals 40,000 fathoms of gear that have been taken out of the water. This gives more area to fish and provides efficiencies for operators, takes pressure off enforcement. Motion to support proposal 42 failed, which would remove dual permits, and proposal 43, 44 are the same. We had a motion, we looked at proposal 45, which is for a single permit versus dual permits. For the dual permits to have less time than the single permit, it was a motion to support proposal failed, 0 to 10. Proposal 46 and 47 are permit stacking. There was support to provide easier way to use 2 permits, since the amount of permits for dual permits is unknown and the cost can be high. Many permits are already owned by one individual who places a permit in a family member's name and crew person, while opportunity is needed to remain, while opportunity to remain high, you cannot forget about viability of fishery. See, I'm running out of time, so I'll try to hurry through this. There was opposition to the permit stacking because they felt like it removes that ladder in the rung. It may make it harder for to buy permits if more than one person has it. The motion to adopt proposals 46 and 47 failed 3 to 6 with 1 abstention. We also addressed proposal 52, reestablishing a general district. It was supported by the KAC. The minutes somehow said that, I guess that we didn't support it, but it was actually supported unanimously by the KAC, primarily around the issue of enforcement. Later in the season, with a congested area that fish are traveling in, it's very difficult to fish legally and be competitive. The fishery, once enforcement leaves about the 3rd week in July, there's a lot more violation of the line, and to fish legally, it's very difficult to compete.
Great. Thank you, Wallace. And I'm just looking at the AC2, which is the minutes of the Kodiak AC meeting, and it looks like those were all of the proposals that the committee took action on, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Very good, thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you for your service on the Kodiak AC. Thank you for being here in person. I appreciate the report.
Thank you.
Next up is Jim Johnson. Hi, Jim. Press the button on your mic there.
Got it. Thank you. So I wanted to talk about the Naknek River sport fishing regulations that are proposed. And just like 4 years ago, there's an awful lot of them that have been put in there. Most of these we went over pretty thoroughly in the last board meeting, which we had in Dillingham. And in one in particular, proposal 17, which is limiting guided angler access to sport fishing in a section of the Naknek River. Just so happens that that section of the Naknek River is where my lodge is located. I actually own the only lodges that are within that section of the river. So I would obviously be very adversely affected by not being able to leave my dock with my clients and guides in that river. When we looked at it last time, the Department of Natural Resources put together a study. They sent people to do surveys. We had many different opportunities to look at that, and they proposed no action. As you can see from the comments, the department opposes this because they said that we've had pretty stable populations of fish, we've actually had great numbers coming back in the form of sockeye, and the rainbow fishing this past year was as good as ever, if not better than most years. And certainly the Naknek has shown that it's been able to sustain the pressure that it's had. And, obviously that's backed up by the fact that many lodges from around the Bristol Bay area fly there daily, especially during the rainbow season. And obviously these fine lodges wouldn't be flying in there with 3 to 4 boats a day if the fishery wasn't outstanding. And one of the reasons we've been able to do that, while we've kind of increased a little bit of pressure and not had much of any impact on the fisheries, if at all, is because of the prevalence of catch and release fishing. And I really want to support the Alaska Fish and Game, especially the biologists and the law enforcement people that have supported catch and release very fully and shown with their studies that it really has minimal impact while providing a lot of angler access and opportunity. And I would hate to see proposals like 22 be affected by that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Just want to clarify.
Sure.
Was it proposal 22 the only one that you're concerned with in this package on this year? Or are there others?
Honestly, I support every one of them the same as the Alaska Fish and Game, which I think that none of them are needed personally. I think that Alaska Fish and Game has it exactly right in opposing virtually every one of the proposals that are here.
Okay, but you don't have a list of the numbers of the proposals you're referencing. That's all I was asking.
All of them on the Naknek. I figured we would deal with it in the committee.
Okay. But just to be clear, you are strongly opposed to 17, correct?
Yes, 17 and also 21.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up is Aiden Brehan. Apologize if I mispronounced your last name. I know how it feels.
Is that all I got to do there? Okay. My name's Aiden Brehan. I had a public comment. I already submitted public comment 8. And then early on, signing up, I also kind of want to represent 2 others, my business partners up there, Steve Gary, proposal, or public comment 30, and Jeffrey Werning, public comment 75. I summarized most of their stuff in my comment. And so we're strongly opposed to proposal 40 together. So, and in concern to it, I'm very personally affected by if the line was extended another mile based, the regulations that are specific to the northern part of the Kvichak district, saying a net can, be legally fished if the corks go dry, the inside corks go dry at the time of the opening. They're trying to extend that another mile further down from my site, which is currently on the line, leaving me first in line. So other fishermen would potentially come in. These other fishermen want to come in and fish in stellar fishing just south of me. However, if, drifters fish there, basically, it's a really, really good location for them to do so, and I think it was 1995. I have to clarify that in another comment. In an off session, it was that specific boundary was made in a agreement with Alaska wildlife troopers and stuff to kind of make a delineation between where set netters and drifters could fish on that whole west side bank of the Kvichak, and that's what they came up with. It seemed to work, and it's been working. However, even now, that terminology in the actual regulation, it's vague enough to where when we approached Sergeant David Bump actually about people fishing south of us, we tried to get some sort of enforcement because they're basically corking us off. We noticed the decline in our catch and everything, and we didn't want people taking illegal catch, to affect our numbers. It was actually, a bit vague, so he couldn't really, give them any citations. So I'd move to actually clarify the existing line where my site is. I talk about it in my proposal there, and so that we could actually not be poached on, basically. It's affecting our fishing, and then this proposal would certainly affect it even more. So that's my position.
Thank you for your testimony today. Any questions? Appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Georgie Hatherley, representing the Anchorage AC. Hi, Georgie. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Georgie Heverly, and I'm here on behalf of the Anchorage Advisory Committee as the chair of our fish subcommittee. The Anchorage AC represents the greatest population center of Alaska and possibly the most diverse group of our state's resident fish and game users. Our AC members are representatives from the Anchorage area, many of us lifelong Alaskans that participate in multiple fisheries around the state. We come from different generations and backgrounds, and the indigenous voice of Alaska is represented. We are recreational anglers, commercial fishermen, personal use fishers, river guides, and subsistence users, and we offer an array of expertise and perspective on Alaska's fisheries. The Anchorage Fish Subcommittee met on October 26th to review Bristol Bay Finfish proposals and provide input on some but not all of these proposals. Several members have experience in the Bristol Bay commercial fisheries, as well as having participated in recreational fishing in the region. The subcommittee comments were reviewed by the full AC on November 1st. The minutes from this meeting, as well as our final proposal comments, can be found in AC 1. There were many proposals that both the subcommittee and full AC either unanimously supported or opposed. The proposals that led to the most discussion from the AC are as follows. Proposal 17, which seeks to limit guided angler access to sport fishing in a section of the Naknek River, was unanimously opposed. The Anchorage AC understands that in recent years, the sport fishery on the Naknek River has grown and that the intent of limiting sport fishing access is to alleviate an issue of perceived overcrowding. However, limiting fishing opportunity due to a subjective interpretation of overcrowding may have negative economic implications for sport fishermen, in addition to posing enforcement challenges for the department. Proposal 35, which would establish regulations to increase the minimum distance between set and drift gear, was unanimously supported. There was discussion from the AC primarily over the issues caused when drift gear is set too closely to set net gear. This includes entanglement or wrapping gear, which then leads to destruction of set net gear especially. It was also mentioned that this situation additionally results in drift interception of salmon bound for set net operations. Increasing this minimum distance between set net and drift gear may help alleviate these issues. This situation could also benefit from increased enforcement. Proposal 36, which would establish a limit of 100 feet for drift tow lines, was supported by the committee, though narrowly, with a vote of 6 in support and 5 opposed. AC members in support of this proposal recognize that there are major issues caused by the lack of any limitation of tow line length, and that this can cause an unfair advantage for certain boats. Those members opposed also recognize these issues, but ultimately feel that this is an enforcement issue. Proposals 42 and 43, which seek to repeal provisions allowing the operation of 200 fathoms of drift gear with 2 CFEC permit holders on board, were both unanimously opposed. The Anchorage AC feels that repealing the dual permit system would not level an economic playing field for the fleet or alleviate inequities in fishery participation. Rather, when the D permit system was established, it created opportunity for new entrants in that purchasing a permit in the absence of purchasing a vessel still allowed for fishery participation and economic gain. The utilization of the D permit system resulted in both vessel and gear consolidation, which has successfully reduced pressure in a highly congested fishery. Repealing the dual permit provision would result in more vessels and more gear in the water, which in times of high abundance, such as in recent years, would cause major issues for the drift fishery. Proposals 49 through 53, which would reestablish a general district salmon management plan following Eastside District escapement objectives being met, the committee took no action on. However, it was discussed that the AC recognizes the limited enforcement that results after escapement goals have been met, and thus creates opportunities for district line violations and repeated offenses. Establishing the general district would likely result in economic discrepancies in that fish taxes across districts, as this percentage differs district to district, could not be accurately tracked. A general district plan may reduce the accuracy of the department's data by species in a mixed stock fishery. Though the sockeye escapement has been met in mid-July, there are still coho and chum species to account for, and establishing a general district could potentially create difficulties in accounting for these species. Proposal 57, which seeks to repeal set and drift gillnet allocations in the Naknek-Kvichak district, was unanimously supported. In recent years, the allocation percentage between the set net and drift fleets has not been utilized as the strength of the runs has prevented the allocation from being necessary to implement. This being the case, the provision has had little relevance on current management of the stock. It is worth noting that if lower fishing effort is observed from the drift fleet, then this in turn negatively affects set net opportunity if allocations are in fact implemented. The AC feels this provision should be repealed. Proposals 14 and 16 were unanimously supported by the AC as we support the department's efforts in reinstating management provisions and increasing access to permit availability. Proposals 11 through 13, which would all modify the Nushagak-Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, were unanimously opposed. Proposal 11, which seeks to provide a comprehensive solution to issues facing management of the king salmon fisheries in the Nushagak drainage, sparked the most discussion from both the Fish Subcommittee and full AC. An issue that continually arises when the Anchorage AC reviews salmon management plan proposals that provide extensive changes in management framework is that of the detriment of instating overly prescriptive regulations. As a committee, we support adequate flexibility in making management decisions and feel that narrowing down the conditions of a salmon management plan in a way that may restrict the ability of ADF&G biologists to manage a run using their situation-specific discretion is not an effective way to manage the salmon resource sustainably. It is important that managers have options, but those management tools should not be overly prescriptive, but rather responsive to in-season realities with thoughtful balance between user groups. Liberalizing one user group's opportunity over another in response to conservation or management concerns is not a solution, but rather perpetuates a repeated inequity of fisheries management measures, further dividing one user group against another. If the greater issue at hand is concern over diminishing returns of Alaska's king salmon populations, then making numerous amendments to our state salmon management plans may not be the best step in working toward a solution. It was mentioned in AC discussions that the effect trawl bycatch is having on king salmon numbers is the issue rising to the top when considering conservation concerns, and that this timely issue must be addressed by regulators and decision makers first. The AC wants to be clear that we understand it is not within the board's jurisdiction to face these regulatory challenges that come with the issue of trawl bycatch. However, we feel that due to the critical importance of this current issue, it cannot go unmentioned. The Anchorage Advisory Committee thanks the board for their work in reviewing and establishing regulations and the department's efforts to assess and manage our state's fisheries. The Anchorage AC volunteers their time to review proposals and provide thoughtful input, and sincerely hopes the board considers our comments and incorporates them into deliberations when making important decisions to help manage the salmon resource of Bristol Bay. Thank you for your time, and I'll do my best to answer any questions the board may have.
Thanks, Georgie. I have a quick question for you. So
Yes.
you mentioned, and the AC knows, that this board has no jurisdiction over trawl bycatch or issues that are really within the realm of the council. So, what do we do in the event that those issues aren't addressed adequately or to the AC's satisfaction? The AC mentioned what the solution shouldn't be, right, in terms of dealing with stocks of management or a conservation concern. So my question would be, what would the AC recommend, given that you've got a population that has failed to meet escapement goals for multiple years in a row?
I can't speak to, Madam Chair, I can't speak for the AC in terms of solutions, as that wasn't discussed specifically. But the issue was brought up in that seems to be the area where solutions should be proposed. So I can't speak for the AC in that we didn't discuss solutions, but that, I understand what you're saying in terms of if that solution is not considered at a federal or council level, that does it fall on the board to then take action? I can't speak for the AC, but I would say in our January meeting, we'll debrief this, and I'll look forward to discussing that.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're aware of it, Georgie, but a governor appointed a task force to look at bycatch, and they recently completed their work. Did you guys look at all at their website and get some background information on the issue of bycatch and review the work that they had seen and discussed in making their recommendations?
Through the chair, Commissioner, we haven't discussed as an AC those results, no.
Yeah, I would recommend as you get into your January meeting that you take a look. By the time you have that January meeting, there'll be a full recommendation by the task force put out, so.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your service on the AC. Thank you for being the fish chair on that AC, and appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 5:18. I think we're going to pause here for the day, and we'll resume tomorrow with Lindsay Leyland at 8:30 a.m. Again, we'll be resuming public testimony 8:30 a.m. And that cutoff for sign up for public testimony is 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right, Lindsay will be first up at 8:30. Thanks.